Good morning. This is the Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jay.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The young daughter of a 24-year-old woman was found dead on Saturday, shot in the face in a Riverton motel room. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports court documents say the little girl told authorities Daddy was mad at Mommy and Mommy's dead.
There's video showing the little girl entering the room with her family at about 11 p.m. the night before. And the footage shows the father leaving and coming back in the wee hours of the morning, according to court documents. So the evidence at this juncture indicates that the girl was in the room. There may be evidence later too, but at this juncture, that's the indication. And when a victim witness coordinator was engaging with the little girl later at the police station, she was saying things like, Daddy was mad at Mommy, Mommy's dead.
According to court affidavits, 25-year-old Sterling Lewis Black Jr. turned himself into police on Saturday afternoon and now faces one count of second-degree murder. A 14-year-old Cheyenne boy is being charged as an adult with first-degree murder, accused of shooting his mother in the head from behind. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports Havoc Leone initially reported to the Laramie County Sheriff's Office that his mother, Teresa McIntosh, had killed herself.
It wasn't obvious at the wound that there was contact with the gun, and it came at a little bit of a distance. And the boy himself, he said there was a struggle for the gun and it just went off. But at another time, he told them in pretty good detail how he had the gun in his closet. He retrieved it and that he shot her in the back of the head.
According to court affidavits, the build-up to the shooting began about 90 minutes before McIntosh was killed, when she and her common-law husband, Leone's biological father, argued with the teen about an electronic tablet he stole from the home of a cleaning client of his mother's. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. The land is one of Wyoming's greatest teachers. It shows us that carelessness has consequences, and thoughtful management creates abundance. Programs like Wyoming Agriculture in the Classroom and Wyo Wonders help young people learn how science, agriculture, and conservation work together. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, is built for elementary students by Wyoming industry professionals. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
Looking for a real Wild West experience? Cody, Wyoming's got your ticket to ride. They've been throwing down since 1919 with the world-famous Cody Stampede Rodeo. And when the sun sets, the Cody Night Rodeo keeps the action going every night all summer long. It's bulls, broncs, and big-time cowboy energy in the only town where rodeo is a nightly tradition. Because here in Cody, rodeo's not just an event, it's a way of life. The Cody Stampede Rodeo.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming House leaders on Wednesday dismissed ethics complaints against Democratic Representatives Mike Yin and Carly Provenza over the Checkgate scandal. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that House Speaker Pro Tem Jeremy Haroldson said they didn't break any rules, but their actions did cause fallout.
Now, the allegation has been that she violated the rules by not filing a confidential ethics complaint instead. You know, the ethics complaint rule doesn't say you have to file an ethics complaint when you have an issue. It lays out what happens when you do that and how you do that. Now, some of her detractors are saying, well, when she was calling for an investigative committee, that was tantamount to an ethics complaint. The ethics committee didn't find that she had actually broken the rules, but said that the way she chose to do it caused pain.
One House lawmaker and multiple private citizens filed a total of 4 official complaints this session against Yin of Jackson and Provenza of Laramie. A massive pileup on Interstate 80 between Laramie and Sinclair during a blizzard on Wednesday sent 2 people to hospitals and shut down the highway. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports officials blame winter's sudden return for the pileup.
Meteorologists were predicting snow in the I-80 corridor, but there ended up being more snow than they predicted. So that snow, coupled with this high wind, led to blizzard-like conditions and slick roads. And brown ground told me that Wyoming has had a really long November. People have kind of been operating under this false sense of security.
National Weather Service meteorologist Timothy Trudel tells Cowboy State Daily that a cold front caused a heavy band of snow to linger across parts of Carbon and Albany counties, with the area receiving 3 to 6 inches of snow. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16, divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family, so I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed. It's been 15 years, and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
Yeah, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Thursday. I've only made like 4 technical errors in the show already, and we're 6 minutes in. Okay. It's one of those days where I all of a sudden forget what buttons to push. I'm a little foggy, but yeah. Here's what's going on today. It's March 12th, Thursday. And we have the following guest on today. Tom Lubnau is going to join us this hour pretty quick. Former mayor of Shiloh, Israel, a historic Old Testament city in Israel. David Rubin is going to come on and talk about what it's actually like for the people in the Middle East, the people of Israel, to watch the bombs fall on their neighborhoods. It'll be very interesting. He'll bring a lot of insight. Anna Petrey's going to be here. She studies turkey vultures at the University of Wyoming. No kidding. And there's a big turkey vulture watch coming up soon. Next month, I think. Tommie Kniseley will give us the latest update on Y Fresh Farms in Cheyenne. Senator Brian Boner will be on to wrap up that 68th legislative session. And it's an Ask Abby kind of a Thursday. We're going to ask Abby all about St. Patrick's Day. I mean, I know it's only March 12th, but the next time we visit with Abby, it'll be past March 17th. So we're going to do it now. All kinds of St. Patrick's Day trivia. That should be fun. Here's your heads up, Abby. Start researching. There's no problem with cramming for the event. I give you the advantage early in the morning because I know you're not awake. But if somebody gets word, Abby, or if somehow she finds out, yes, St. Patrick's Day, Abby, that's what we're going to wrap on for trivia. Here's what's going on in Cowboy State Daily News. No legislative misconduct found against the Democrats, the whistleblowers. Well, duh, I didn't think there would be, honestly. Representatives Mike Yin and Carly Provenza were cleared. Objection, Representative Yin said, and called out of order, called whatever, and basically told to sit down by them with the gavel. He didn't do anything wrong. The check hander outer didn't do anything wrong. Nobody did anything wrong or illegal. We just did things that were, we regret now. Carly Provenza, the Democrat representative that took the photo, sent it to media, she's also cleared over the Checkgate scandal. They didn't break any rules, but their action caused fallout, said House Speaker Pro Tem Jeremy Haroldson. That is dangerously close to a continuation of deflecting. Their actions caused fallout. I think they were reacting to something already. The stimulus, the spur, the thing, the match was lit by Rebecca Bextel in the check handing out on the House floor. Now, that was all legit and legal so far. I mean, we haven't heard that it isn't. We haven't heard from the sheriff's office. But that is the action that caused fallout. I think it's continued deflection from those on the red side or those on some side who think, if Yin didn't get a bee in his bonnet about it, and if Carly didn't take the photo, we could have moved past all this. I think is still the thinking and the mindset of some deflectors. It would have been nothing. And that's the fear. That's exactly why Representative Provenza sent the photo not to LSO, which might have been well and good. But you know what? You ever seen those crime movies where the department is so dirty? There's a rat in the mole house. So there's a rat in the hen house. You know what I mean? You can't trust right up to the Department of Defense. Like, you don't know who's going to do right with the photo. Maybe I should turn this in LSO. That's what the rule book says, the manual. But I don't know. You watch the Freedom Caucus and Republicans hold such heavy, powerful sway, you wonder if they don't convince LSO to sweep it under the rug. I could totally see why. Instead, you go to a non-partial, some people will say biased and left-leaning liberal media. I don't know. Some media leans some way, some leans the other, but media for the most part loves the story where they just get to tell it. You don't need to spin it in any way. So I don't mind the photo released to media. And this quote saying, while they didn't break any rules, House Speaker Pro Tem, their actions caused fallout. Their actions called eyes on the situation, but the fallout actions happened before that. All Provenza did is point a camera, and all Yin did is say, that looks weird. That's more deflecting. That's more like it feels like the apology we got from Cody Roberts. Where's that story? Rob says, happy Thursday morning. Happy Rob. The Cody Roberts, I'm sure Cowboy State Daily, everybody had the story. The wolf strangler. That's what I'm going to call him. He'll forever be known as, the wolf killer, the wolf torturer, Cody Roberts. He pleaded guilty and made the apology we were all waiting for. But any woman who's ever been wronged by a man can recognize this apology is not worth its weight, not worth a wooden nickel. It's not the right apology. There are ways to apologize, and they have to be detailed, and they have to address the exact thing that you done wrong. They can't be something like, I'm trying to find the quote. His apology was, I take full responsibility. Where is it? Oh, man. Every time I want something, I can't find. Okay, here we go. I regret my actions is basically his apology. That's so broad. It's such a broad stroke. What actions? Because I'm reading between the lines. That's what I do. I regret my actions, says Cody Roberts. And I don't want to put words into his brain or his mouth. But I'm just telling you, Cody, that's not an adequate apology. If you have legal representation, they should tell you that that's not good enough. Although your attorney probably wants you to keep it pretty vanilla. In other words, when I read this, I regret my actions. I have no problem running a wolf over with a snow machine. That's legal. I have no problem with finding out I didn't kill it right away and dragging it back home and taping its mouth shut and poking it with a stick and messing with it and torturing it. None of that, that's somewhat legal. And then I finally shot it in the face. All legal in Wyoming. I don't regret that. What Cody Roberts, I think, is saying between the lines is, I regret bringing it to the bar. That was my dumb move. Because I got a few friends that were there that aren't really friends. And, when I took those photos down from Facebook, they continued to share them or whatever. I think that blanket statement, I regret my actions. What actions? You need to be more specific in an apology. You regret bringing it to the bar, sensational, posing with photos of it, because that's what got you to court. No photos, no crime. I regret my actions. I apologize to my community and my family. That's good. That's good stuff. I like that. I hope after this hearing, everyone can heal and move forward. That's good. Let's just all move forward. I just don't like that's the boyfriend saying, I'm sorry this didn't work out. Well, why didn't it work out? You cheated 3 times. You put hands on her a couple of times. Yeah, I'm sorry this didn't work out. It's not a good enough apology. I mean, we've all heard ones like that. I regret my actions. I'm sure you do. Anyway, I'm being too hard on Cody. I'm sure he's a good guy. I don't like people that torture animals. Can't get with it. But other than that, me and Cody might be able to have a beer at the Green River Bar. You never know. Casper, high wind warning till midnight. Sunny, 63 high wind in Riverton. Also till about 9-ish tonight. Sunny, windy, 63. Evanston, sunny and breezy, 52 today. Green River, sunny, windy, 58. Kemmer, about 50 with sun and wind. Pinedale, chance of snow and rain in the afternoon. Otherwise, mostly sunny, windy, 45. Alpine, you could see snow or rain with highs 48. Cloudy, breezy. DuBois, high wind warning. From 9 to 9 today. Snow and rain likely. Very windy and never sweat. 45 the high. Jackson, chance of snow, rain, cloudy, windy, 45. Kind of a day. Like stay inside. Bighorn Basin, let's go to Thermop. High wind warning from 9 to 9. Sunny, windy, 63. Cody, you'll top out about 57. You could have wind gusts, the transposition of that number. 75 mile an hour. Wind gusts a possibility in Cody. Hang on to your hat, y'all. High wind warning in Buffalo, 9 to 9. Chance of rain, snow, probably after 2 in the afternoon. With highs 57. Winds gust about that. 50s. High wind in Sheridan as well. Slight chance of rain in the afternoon. Highs 60. Wind 60. That rain could turn to snow overnight in Sheridan, so heads up if you make that early morning commute Friday, Buffalo to Sheridan. Could be dicey. Gillette, high wind warning, 9 to 9. Chance of rain after 4-ish. 59 the high in Gillette. Newcastle, wind all day, all night with the highs 59. Torrington, high wind until midnight. Mostly sunny, windy, 67. 63 in Wheatland with, wind. Goes without saying. High wind warning in Cheyenne. Mostly sunny, 59 the high. Wind gusts to 70 in Cheyenne. 65-ish in Laramie. So obviously that section of I-80, high-profile vehicles don't even. Your big camper, your big RV, your empty truck, don't even. There was trouble on I-80 yesterday we'll talk about. Rawlins, high wind warning into the weekend, mostly sunny with highs near 54. Wind in Saratoga as well with highs 54. So kind of a similar day all around the state. Certainly all of us can't escape the wind. Temps still fairly mild, and Don will explain why when it's naughty, In one part of the country, weather-wise, it's often nice. In another part, weather balances itself. You know what I mean. Don will be on next hour to go into the details. Let's get ready for Tom Lubnau.
Hey, Wyoming. Ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick. From ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories. Real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
All right, we got Tom Lubnau on the scene. Tom, I did an update to my mixing board, which is like a smart mixing board. I did this update, and it's got all these new features, and it's doing things like, for instance, this countdown clock. And I've never seen that before, and I don't know what happens when it gets to 0, but it's not going to be during this segment with the way I'm eyeballing it.
Oh, funny.
Dude, updates. So obviously, Tom Lubnau, lawyer, former statesman and legislator. We're going to talk about the session, but we also going to go places you'll never guess, just to keep our listeners shook up. You're all shook up. We are going to talk Russian yacht rock. Yeah, it's the music you didn't know you needed.
Oh, they're an amazing outfit, I tell you what.
I was just stunned. All right, let's have we, in general, wrapped up the session. We've talked about all kinds of aspects. Have we talked about how it finally came to a conclusion regarding the budget before we talk about the nuts and bolts? Like, the budget got there in the beginning. If you asked anybody in February, we were like, wow, the House is making noise, and the Senate and the governor, and this is a mess. We got there relatively easy in the end. Well, we didn't get there easy, but the end was maybe,
It's that old Shakespearean quote, it's full of sound and fury signifying nothing. We went through 20 days of budget hearings, and we got to almost exactly the governor's proposed budget.
Yeah.
And the House rolling over in 15 minutes makes me wonder in large measure what was said behind the scenes.
Yeah.
I think that the senators had perhaps, and I'm speculating, pure speculation, I haven't talked to anybody, some pretty direct conversations about, all right, if you want a special session, go for it. You're all campaigning for office. Half of us aren't.
Let me ask you, Tom, you've been there. Does this get a little bit clicky? Because you said, I wonder what people thought, what went on in the room when the 5 and the 5 met and they came to a budget conclusion like that after we were fighting tooth and nail for days, hours, weekends. I mean, the Senate may wonder, but I think Democrats who live kind of in the Freedom Caucus fold, but not, and, depending on the bill, they have some autonomy. They're like, I'm with you, I'm not, or maybe they feel like they're not in the club. Does it get clicky like that? They're the ones that have to be asking, why do we go through all that?
Well, I think Representative Harshman summed it up pretty well. He said we had 200 and some budget amendments. We all made votes. We all made speeches. We all stuck our neck out on the line, and then the committee rolls over on us. What's that all about? I was on some budget committees, and then when I was in leadership, I supervised some budget committees, and we had some positions that we weren't going to move from, and we had some positions that we were going to move from, and it was a negotiation. And I remember negotiating with Amy Edmonds and Ed Buchanan and Lisa Shepperson against Phil Nicholas and Kurt Meyer, and we went for 2 days.
Yeah.
And we went back and forth and hashed things out, and finally we reached a budget, but I've never seen anybody roll over in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Especially after 40 hours of debate on the House floor.
Well, some concessions made on the House floor. You saw a movement to kind of fix up what we were going to do with UW and the Business Council. So we went in not that far apart when you think about, what was it, 700 something million. I mean, that's not huge compared to 10 billion. I mean, there wasn't a huge gap to close, but you're right, Tom. You think there was just a total lack of the Senate side saying, you know what, there's one part of this that we hate, and if you guys want to do this, you're going to have to give us, didn't seem to be that, but we weren't in the room.
No, well, and the budget that they reached is essentially the governor's budget. It was, until the vetoes, it was sort of, they had some arguments that they saved some money on the Business Council by just deferring their next year's budget to the next session when they would have appropriated it all. So I think it was a session designed wholly to create campaign issues. To have issues, I mean, the Wyoming gun owners are already sending out their mailers saying send us $250 because your sheriff doesn't believe in your gun rights, which is at best preposterous. But in Wyoming, we care about our gun rights, and people who say that they're protecting our gun rights when maybe they're lining their own pockets is a sad and frightening thing, but it's a big industry. They would say that they're defending your gun rights, but when police officers come to you and say, don't put me in a horrible position, that's something you ought to listen to.
Yeah.
And when all of them in the state show up and say, look, you guys, don't do this to us.
Yeah.
But people are afraid of the gun vote, and if they want to get reelected, they don't want to make those people mad. But the time's got to come that the people of Wyoming get sophisticated and stand up to these conflict merchants.
Sophisticated.
And there's going to be so much propaganda and so much credit taken and so much nonsense. And this whole session was designed to create that. Another example is that crazy abortion bill. My friends in AA say that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting different results. They've now, for 3 years, made abortion completely legal in the state of Wyoming, when there are things that they could have done to regulate it. But it appears to me that they're not serious about regulating abortion. And if they really wanted to prohibit it, they'd do a constitutional amendment, a narrowly tailored one, other than the one that says that the legislature is the arbiter of all things healthcare, which is what they proposed. A narrow constitutional amendment for the Wyoming voters to vote on, and then trust the voters of Wyoming. And the distrust of the voters is amazing. I guess, which leads me into Checkgate. You talked to.
Tom, before we go to Checkgate, I did want to circle back on the voters, because I think there were signs that we may have a more intelligent electorate than we thought. There was some pushback. They saw through the cloak and mirrors and the outside influence a little bit, and they did some thinking for themselves, I think, and they sent emails. We'll see what they do when it comes time to vote about it. But we saw some pushback in some areas. There may be light at the end of the tunnel when we talk about get educated, because, I mean, the abortion thing playing in Cheyenne, that no one's ever looking for a compromise or an agreement. A lawmaker, a legislator in Cheyenne, when the abortion comes up, is way over there or way over here. They're not even going to come to the middle. It's a chance to prove where they are so everybody can take the temperature of what Wyoming is on abortion. But the outside influence, I think people did see through a lot of stuff and made their voice heard a little bit.
Well, I hope so.
Yeah.
You saw, and you're still seeing it, the draft Bo Beitman ads from Young Americans for Liberty saying we don't want these out-of-state influence groups taking control of our state. And it's like the out-of-state influence group doing that. It's like, what the heck?
Right.
But we're going to see a lot of that. And I think the goal is to make it so confusing that either people don't vote or they don't know who to vote for based upon a whole bunch of muddled communications. And so it's going to take people like Jake every morning asking the hard question, why in the heck is this? What are you thinking here? So.
Yeah, regarding Checkgate, we find out today that the whole thing was not the fault of Representative Yin and Representative Provenza, but they did escalate the action. I don't know what the exact quote was, but they caused the fallout or whatever. I don't know. They didn't cause anything. That started before they got involved.
Well, Jake, the media is not the ultimate judge, and the media is not the people sending angry emails. It's the voters. It's the constituents saying, what the heck are you doing taking checks on the floor of my House of Representatives? Yeah. It's my house. I've entrusted you to occupy that seat, and you've diminished it. And sometimes when you get down there in that fishbowl where people are opening the doors for you and saying, good day, Representative, you start to believe your own press, and you start to believe that you're more important than you are. I fortunately have a wife that was very direct on saying, oh, well and good, now take out the trash.
Yeah, they keep you grounded, don't they?
Oh, yeah, and she's wonderful that way. So, but you get down there and you start in this echo chamber and you say, well, it's not our fault. We didn't do anything wrong. We didn't break any laws. We just betrayed the voters. And they're mad about it. But it's Provenza and Yin's fault for telling on us, which is surprisingly like conversations you'd hear in a penal institution where everybody's going to go after the rat instead of a dignified body that the whole purpose is to be statesmen and represent the people and pass laws on their behalf. And so they're still acting like a penal institution, and I wish they wouldn't. I wish they'd just say, the same, you know, what you said about Cody Roberts is, I'm sorry. It was a horrible thing. It was a lapse in judgment. And if they'd have just said that, people love people who apologize. Say, instead, you have representatives filing complaints against other representatives for not using the grievance policy, which I wrote, by the way. That's another funny part of this whole story. But anyway, so.
The prison analogy, I think, is giving too much credit. I would go to a 4th grade cafeteria and you telling the principal, I didn't throw the first scoop of mashed potatoes. It was like the 5th. It wasn't my idea to have the food. Yeah.
Maybe that's maybe it's too severe an analogy, but you know, that let's kill the rat is just is beneath that body.
Yeah,
and let's keep it from the voters. That's beneath the body too. Everything that they do should be transparent, and everybody should know everything. And I think there was one time where we met in executive session when I was there, and it was to learn about a proprietary formula that a company was developing, and we were worried about the legislation. And so we met secretly to find out what was in this formula and was it going to wreck the world. And so there are times when maybe, but not major policy issues and criticizing people for going to the public. It's not the media who judges. It's the people who read the media.
The media did not do much to sensationalize what was already kind of an exciting 2026 68th legislative session. Tom, how about bills that I'm going to say were pointed at trying to create punishment for things they didn't seem to do well, whether it was the Second Amendment Protection Act, let's make fines and punish people who do this, or whether it's, hey, they didn't answer this subpoena. Here's what happens if you don't. They didn't really carry.
Now, the Wyoming legislature has been a legislature since the 1890s. And legislatures really only do two things when you think about it. They tell people not to do stuff, and they spend money. There's some other kind of things they do, but typically what a legislature does is tell people not to do stuff and spend money. And so we've got 136 years that we've been a state where the legislatures have been passing bills to tell people not to do stuff. So most of the not to do stuff has already been passed. And we've had a Second Amendment bill come in front of the legislature expanding Second Amendment rights every year for the last 22 years, probably. So there's not many more rights you can expand. So you have to create all of these bills. And there's nobody in Wyoming going after your gun rights. I mean, you can't get elected.
Or even Washington. I mean, we're not in an era where D.C. is making noise about coming for firearms. Not really.
Well, and I wrote a column early on that said that we ought to give every newborn a pistol when they're born in Wyoming. And then when they turn 13, give them a clip. There you go. That we appropriate the money and we just buy them all. And I picked the rarest firearm I could find, which was the prototype for the Colt 1911, the Colt 1910, to do that with. Since we've got some manufacturers in Wyoming, I think we should just appropriate the money and buy every newborn in Wyoming a firearm. And that will be our Second Amendment bill.
And I think you'd have to turn about 13 to be able to lift it with one arm. So that would work perfectly. Those are not light. They're not your poly. Yeah, true. And we also saw friction, but maybe, again, not as much. I thought we might have seen more fireworks post session, which I'm going to call post session. Whatever hit the governor's desk, he's got a chance to veto, sign, or just ignore. He did all of the above, did some line item veto, did some, I don't like this a whole lot, and ignored it, let it go. But for the most part, whatever he objected to and went back to the bodies, they couldn't flip it. And again, it was more of, nothing.
You know, it was a lot of peacocks strutting around showing their feathers right until the fox showed up. You know,
maybe they would all calm down if they just put on a Chicago album, and if that's this outfit you talked about in your new column, you got to read this Tom Lubnau's column. 2014 Russian sound engineer decided to give himself a 60th birthday present and assembled like the all-star studio musician, session musician guys in Russia. And they went out and ear learned or sheet music like classics from Chicago, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Earth, Wind, and Fire. And you've got the videos, and I got to say, boy, they sound very, 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 very good. There was one song I thought showed their Russianness and not Blood, Sweat, and Tears. But for the most part, they nailed Chicago with a really nice feel. Earth, Wind, and Fire's Fantasy, my goodness. Blood, Sweat, and Tears was one song, I think, Tom, I don't know, you tell me, there's original artists or artists that are not session guys that are just, they have a talent that lives off the music sheet. And that Blood, Sweat, and Tears spinning wheel was good. That singer sounded like, what's his face?
Yeah. If you hadn't brought up his name, I'd remember it.
I know. But it was a little stiff for me. It didn't swing. It didn't have a soul or a funk. There was almost, and it's not just syncopation. It's just the way certain artists like bring a real feel to it, where session guys, except for Steely Dan, don't sometimes have that. They're a little more cold and precise, especially when they're reading sheet music, and especially Russians.
You know, these folks are, well, I wrote the column because I wanted to write about somebody who aspires to excellence instead of somebody who craves power. Yeah. And I guess that's my big objection with this session. But these people, the backup singer, that Ksenia Buzina, has 1 billion fans. She speaks 8 languages, and she has albums in Chinese. She's just finally getting noticed in the West, and she's one of their backup singers. Well, she sings a few songs, but I stumbled onto him one night doom scrolling, and I was like, these people, they've got 2.5 hours worth of music on video just on YouTube. And then their concert tickets in Denver and Salt Lake are selling like hotcakes for concerts in October. And so I thought, well, maybe if people want to go see these guys, they should get a concert ticket as soon as possible. So
they're good. And the YouTube videos, the sound is recorded really well. Russian sound engineer back in 2014, Leonid Vorobyev, assembled just like really good players, horn section, guitar, bass, drum, like quality
it's like an
dudes.
all-star band. It's like if you drafted the all-stars from the United States, that's what he did. It's 30 years of being a sound engineer. He got the best. And political events have damaged them a little bit. Their original singer is from the Ukraine, and he's now fighting the war in Ukraine, and so can't sing with them until that war is over, stuff like that. But I wrote it. I said, the people, my typical detractors are going to call me a communist sympathizer for.
Oh, geez.
But
no, they're good. I mean, music brings us all together. There's no politics in that.
And that's what they say too. They say that there's no room for political discussions in our music. We just want to bring joy to people, and man, are they good.
Yeah, they're really good. You would be hard pressed to tell the difference between their version of a Chicago song or any, all the songs I play, that 70s yacht rock stuff. They're good at it.
There's a video of Karen Carpenter and Leonid and Friends doing Superstar side by side. And it's creepy. It is. They're like spot on. I mean, which is why Richard Carpenter invited them over for dinner. I mean, for Kieran Carpenter's brother to invite people over who sang a song almost as well as his dead sister is just, I mean, that's a tribute, and the Chicago, they played and met with the Chicago guys. There's pictures of them with Dionne Warwick. I mean, they're living their dream, and it's just cool to see how people who really appreciated what we took for granted in the United States during that period of time have really blossomed into something special.
Tom Lubnau, that article, including some of the YouTube videos of this band doing their thing, is worth the read, worth the listen. Thanks for being on. We're going to go next after this break to the former mayor of Shiloh, Israel. He's lived it when bombs were dropping back in 2001. He'll tell us what the Israeli people are going through right now. Thanks, Tom. Have a great day.
Jake, thanks a lot. See ya.
You bet.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Let's get back to it. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and we welcome in David Rubin. David, a U.S. born, but was a former mayor of Shiloh, Israel. If you don't know what or where that is, it's where the tabernacle resided for almost 370 years. Historic. It's all through the Old Testament. It's where Samuel grew up, the prophet. It's a pretty cool place on the west side of the Jordan. 2-hour drive to Nazareth, let's say. That's up north. So, I mean, what a place. What a place to be a mayor. My goodness, David, how did that ever come about? And then we'll talk about what it is like to be there right now as bombs fall. Because what we hear in U.S. media and media everywhere is this is a war of nuclear, it's a war of strategy, and it's a war of oil prices. That doesn't mean anything to people in Israel who every minute have to look in the sky and like, what is that coming? Where is it going to hit? How did you end up mayor of Shiloh?
Well, first of all, I have to tell you, Jake, I'm impressed with your historical and geographic knowledge.
Well,
not too many radio hosts have that.
That's just Google.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, wherever you get it from, that's good.
Yeah.
Well, look, it's a long story, but I've been living here for 33 years in Shiloh, as we call it in Hebrew, or Shiloh, it would be in America. I know there are 65 cities or towns called Shiloh in America. But look, I came here and I got involved. I didn't just move to Israel to as most people do. Most of the Jews who come to Israel are the most motivated people, and I came here to make a difference. So I got involved, and I got involved in on the school board, and I got in, and that led to involvement overall in a much broader sense.
I want you to.
That's how I became the mayor of Shiloh.
Yeah. I want you to explain what the average person is going through in Israel, whether it's Shiloh or whatever, day to day, because that's what counts. We hear, the Iranian leaders are going to do this and that and send their drones. But if you talk to the people, they just want to get out from oppression, man. They just want to be able to live their life. So what the people of Israel, for them, what does it mean when bombs fall from Iran? Iran has wanted Israel off the map for millennia, man. So this is bigger than any kind of fight over oil or who has a nuclear program or anything else. This is deeply rooted in the Middle East for Israelis when Iran rattles the saber.
Well, it's been about 40 years, 40 or 50 years, going on 50 already. 50 years since the Ayatollah came to power in Iran and promised to export the Islamic Revolution, meaning it wasn't just a Muslim regime coming to power. It was a Muslim regime that promised to export its Islamic revolution around the world. And, this is like, it's like in the old times when Islam started 1,300 years ago, and they were walking around chopping off people's heads with their swords. They still do it, as they did in Israel on October 7th. After about 40 years of dodging their rockets and knowing that they were building up their rocket supplies and, over 150,000 missiles pointed at Israel just from Lebanon, just from their proxy Hezbollah in Lebanon, which is just north of Israel. And, many thousands more missiles in Iran, and efforts to go nuclear and efforts to develop intercontinental ballistic missiles, which means not directed at Israel, but directed at what they call the big Satan, which is the United States. So something had to be done. And Prime Minister Netanyahu has been speaking about this for about 40 years. He's been speaking about it for a very, very long time and warning the world. And President Trump finally he came into office, his second term, and he said, that's it. We gave diplomacy a chance. Now we're going to do something about this. And the two of them have been so coordinated, in Israel and the United States, and our military leaderships have been coordinated, and it's been very successful so far. We hope that it will bring down this regime and stop, at the very, very minimum, stop their capability to threaten their neighbors and to threaten those who are not their neighbors.
I did want to ask about that relationship, U.S.-Israel. Depending on a presidency, it has been, ranged from very good to very bad to not even in the discussion. Do you think, whose idea was it to start launching bombs, to go on the outside? Would Israel have done this alone, or did they need cooperation from the U.S. finally?
Oh, definitely would have gone alone. We're going to do whatever we have to do for our survival, and very often we are on the front. We're the front lines for Judeo-Christian civilization. Let's say it honestly and openly. Okay, I don't care. I know there are isolationists in America, and I've heard a couple of them in the media. There was actually one who interviewed me about 6-7 years ago on Fox News, and then he went off the rails completely. There's just no understanding that when you have evil, the evil has to be defeated. We read our children fairy tales, our young children fairy tales, don't we? Grandparents read their grandchildren fairy tales. Well, what do the fairy tales talk about? Good and evil, and the evil has to be defeated and the good has to win out. But we're in this world. God gives us challenges, and he says, okay, what are you going to do about it? And one of those challenges, unfortunately, we would like to think that everyone is good and everyone has the potential for good, but not everyone does good things. And we are told very clearly in the Bible that we have to confront the evil. Okay, we can give them blessings as individuals, and we can try to move them in the right direction, because we know everyone can repent. But when they're doing evil things, they need to be stopped.
David Rubin
Trump understood that. Yeah. Netanyahu understood it, and we have to follow through.
David Rubin is with us, former mayor of Shiloh, Israel, also an author of several books, the latest, Confronting Radicals, What Americans Can Learn from Israel. He also wrote a book about Trump and the Jews. The way we read it in America, the U.S. papers.
One second. Okay, do you hear that?
No.
You don't hear it?
Oh, no. Don't tell me sirens.
That is a warning. It's a warning from my phone telling me that there may soon be a siren and that I have to be near a bomb shelter. So I will wait for the siren, but I am I've been warned.
This is the reality, David. This is exactly what I was going to ask. In the U.S., the headlines read that this is a geopolitical drama. This is strategic involvement of the U.S. for political gain, power, curtailing nuclear ambitions of Iran. But for Israel, it's about a right to survive. And for you, it means hearing sirens and rockets. Trump might say, oh, the war's over soon, tomorrow. So Wall Street doesn't panic. But for you, you still hear sirens every day.
There is nothing wrong. There is nothing wrong with strategy and doing what needs to be done strategically for your country. We're talking life and death here, and we're talking about children who have to run to bomb shelters all the time. And look, I'm also the founder and the president of the Shiloh Israel Children's Fund. And we heal trauma in children. That's our main task.
Yeah.
Is healing the trauma in children. We have lots of programs for that, therapeutic programs. And so, that's where we come in. And going to bomb shelters all the time is very, very traumatic.
Yes.
There's no way around that.
Very stressful.
So we tried to heal the trauma. And if I could just throw out my website there, which is israelchildren.org for your viewers. israelchildren.org. People can look us up and find out more about us and maybe even partner with us.
Shiloh Israel Children's Fund. This is the founder, David Rubin. Find him on the internet. I've found several websites in different languages from different countries, and that's all good. Help the cause, because you ought to know. I mean, in 2001, you and your son watched an attack, so you get it, what this does to people. It's traumatic.
We were wounded.
Yeah.
My son was shot in the head.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, well, stay safe, David. Thanks for coming on. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jake. I appreciate that.
We got to get out for news. Let's do that now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The young daughter of a 24-year-old woman was found dead on Saturday, shot in the face in a Riverton motel room. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports court documents say the little girl told authorities Daddy was mad at Mommy and Mommy's dead.
There's video showing the little girl entering the room with her family at about 11 p.m. the night before. And the footage shows the father leaving and coming back in the wee hours of the morning, according to court documents. So the evidence at this juncture indicates that the girl was in the room. There may be evidence later too, but at this juncture, that's the indication. And when a victim witness coordinator was engaging with the little girl later at the police station, she was saying things like, Daddy was mad at Mommy, Mommy's dead.
According to court affidavits, 25-year-old Sterling Lewis Black Jr. turned himself into police on Saturday afternoon and now faces one count of second-degree murder. A 14-year-old Cheyenne boy is being charged as an adult with first-degree murder, accused of shooting his mother in the head from behind. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports Havoc Leone initially reported to the Laramie County Sheriff's Office that his mother, Teresa McIntosh, had killed herself.
It wasn't obvious at the wound that there was contact with the gun, and it came at a little bit of a distance. And the boy himself, he said there was a struggle for the gun and it just went off. But at another time, he told them in pretty good detail how he had the gun in his closet. He retrieved it and that he shot her in the back of the head.
According to court affidavits, the build-up to the shooting began about 90 minutes before McIntosh was killed, when she and her common-law husband, Leone's biological father, argued with the teen about an electronic tablet he stole from the home of a cleaning client of his mother's. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. The land is one of Wyoming's greatest teachers. It shows us that carelessness has consequences, and thoughtful management creates abundance. Programs like Wyoming Agriculture in the Classroom and Wyo Wonders help young people learn how science, agriculture, and conservation work together. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, is built for elementary students by Wyoming industry professionals. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
Looking for a real Wild West experience? Cody, Wyoming's got your ticket to ride. They've been throwing down since 1919 with the world-famous Cody Stampede Rodeo. And when the sun sets, the Cody Night Rodeo keeps the action going every night all summer long. It's bulls, broncs, and big-time cowboy energy in the only town where rodeo is a nightly tradition. Because here in Cody, rodeo's not just an event, it's a way of life. The Cody Stampede Rodeo.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming House leaders on Wednesday dismissed ethics complaints against Democratic Representatives Mike Yin and Carly Provenza over the Checkgate scandal. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that House Speaker Pro Tem Jeremy Haroldson said they didn't break any rules, but their actions did cause fallout.
Now, the allegation has been that she violated the rules by not filing a confidential ethics complaint instead. You know, the ethics complaint rule doesn't say you have to file an ethics complaint when you have an issue. It lays out what happens when you do that and how you do that. Now, some of her detractors are saying, well, when she was calling for an investigative committee, that was tantamount to an ethics complaint. The ethics committee didn't find that she had actually broken the rules, but said that the way she chose to do it caused pain.
One House lawmaker and multiple private citizens filed a total of 4 official complaints this session against Yin of Jackson and Provenza of Laramie. A massive pileup on Interstate 80 between Laramie and Sinclair during a blizzard on Wednesday sent 2 people to hospitals and shut down the highway. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports officials blame winter's sudden return for the pileup.
Meteorologists were predicting snow in the I-80 corridor, but there ended up being more snow than they predicted. So that snow, coupled with this high wind, led to blizzard-like conditions and slick roads. And Brown told me that Wyoming has had a really long November. People have kind of been operating under this false sense of security.
National Weather Service meteorologist Timothy Trudel tells Cowboy State Daily that a cold front caused a heavy band of snow to linger across parts of Carbon and Albany counties, with the area receiving 3 to 6 inches of snow. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and look who's here. Anna Petrey with her pet parrot. It's not a parrot.
No, sure is not.
That's so cool. Those of you who are enjoying the video, you'll see a turkey vulture, I'm guessing, because that's going to be the topic of discussion. Many of our listeners probably not given a lot of thought to the turkey vultures, other than seeing them identified as those circling buzzards in a Western. Like, they do so many things for the environment. You'd be surprised. Let's do a little trivia on what a turkey vulture is. First, Anna, what is your involvement? You were or still are UW grad student working in the Biodiversity Institute, and you're tracking these hard to love, don't really want to hug them bird species that are technically cathartes, which is why they're different from any killers, any raptors. They don't kill stuff. They just eat what got killed. Anna, how did you get involved in a turkey buzzard? Wait, what are they? Turkey vultures.
Yep. Yeah. So I'm actually a grad student in the psychology department. But the Berry Diversity Center does data collection on campus about the turkey vultures that anyone can participate in the state of Wyoming, actually. You can track them anywhere you live if they're around. And I got involved just kind of being out by the big trees where they roost and noticed there were little numbers and QR codes. There were feathers on the ground. And I was like, wait a minute, what's going on here? And I look up and there's just hundreds of turkey vultures in all these trees, just kind of perched together, cleaning themselves, just hanging out in the sun. And kind of since then, they really sparked like my hobby of birding. I got really into vultures specifically and kind of learned as much as I could about them.
So Anna's studies psych, but her jam is turkey vultures. And in fact, I thought I read a paper of yours on battling addictions, e-cigarette addictions or something. So you do a lot of stuff.
Yeah. So I research substance use. I'm a little focused on nicotine right now. That's kind of my main thing. I'm actually getting a little bit more into Zins these days since they're a little bit more popular.
Yeah.
But to kind of help me with grad school stress, I do a lot of outdoor birding and hang out outside.
Hanging out with this, I think, a little hard to love turkey vulture. Now, how do we recognize one? We will see them in Wyoming. In fact, we'll talk about why they all get together in Nebraska about next month or now and head over to Laramie. They may be ahead of schedule, just like the sand cranes. How do we recognize one, Anna? Because to me, it kind of looks like a California condor, and we heard about how they're so endangered. The difference is you're not going to see a California condor. You'll probably see one of these.
Yeah, the California condor is much bigger. Turkey vultures are a little smaller, but the way you can recognize them in flight is they have kind of like a black band along the wing and then light feathers underneath. So their primary feathers are a little bit lighter, and that stretches all the way down the wing. And when they fly, they're actually very light bodied, so they kind of teeter back and forth in the air a little bit. And you might also catch them kettling, which is when they circle and they use hot air from the ground to lift them high up into the air.
Oh, yeah, they're catching a thermal. I thought that meant they found a dead, bloated cow down on the ground.
Nope. Yeah.
Turkey vultures are really not, I mean, they're kind of big, but they're not that heavy. This is weird. I read this on Wikipedia. 2.5 feet tall, 6 foot wingspan, and you'll often see them in the trees extended. They're trying to get warm and let that sun come in, but they weigh like 3 pounds. I mean, they're not real heavy.
Yeah. They're super light, and if you see them perched, you can usually see that like bright red head and then that like little light beak that they have too. And that's how you kind of know, like that's them.
They're not often mistakenly called buzzards, but they're not a raptor in the sense that they don't kill stuff. They're not even designed to kill stuff. You look at like eagles and hawks, and they got feet that can tear stuff up. I mean, they got a good beak to rip into a carcass and dead flesh, but they're not killers, and that's what makes them more like a I don't know, like a different kind of bird. But they're kind of in their own category. What do they eat? Kind of just everything dead, and they don't like stuff that's been dead way long.
Yeah, there's kind of a sweet spot. They're a generalist for the carrion that's dead. But they have a really, really powerful sense of smell. And so for them, they're kind of searching based on what they can smell from the prey. So it's not going to be really fresh. It's also not going to be so old. It's got to be a little stinky, essentially,
yeah,
for them to come find it.
But not like when we find something dead and we're like, oh, man, that's been dead a long time. Maggots are coming. Yeah, they want it a little fresher. That's incredible. Most birds are using their eyes. We hear about the eagles and hawks, eyes like a hawk. They go smell. I didn't even think birds could smell.
Yeah.
Oh.
They have such a huge, like, nostril. If you ever can see them, like, through binoculars or through a camera, they have huge, huge nostrils and, like, just this anatomy that's more designed for searching for smell.
Okay, now tell me why, despite their appearance, which is, I mean, they're not the most beautiful thing, and Ben Franklin did not want the American turkey to be the bird of America. That's a misnomer. He actually wanted the turkey vulture to be, no, that's not true either. But what is true is this animal, really, this creature, this vulture, it serves a crucial role in cleaning stuff up. I mean, this dead stuff, you know, a wolf might come along, get some of it, a bear, whatever, but they're cleaners, and their ability, unlike maybe a crow, when they eat crap stuff, they're crappy. Like, you don't want to kill and eat a crow because they don't flush out toxins like these creatures.
Yeah, absolutely. They have like one of the most amazing ecological adaptations to be able to break down and consume really dangerous bacteria like anthrax and like all kinds of nasty stuff. Which is why they're actually really great for human health, right? Like they protect us from exposure to dangerous bacteria and they can break that down, flush it out of their body, and it's gone.
Interesting. So a dead critter that is filled with stuff that you don't want to even know, and something comes along and eats that, maybe you eat that. Like you kind of want to hope the turkey vulture gets there first and eats it and cleans it up. Interesting. They can travel an enormous amount in a day. Like they can fly. How far?
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. I don't have like the number of the distance in a day off the top of my head, but even their migration is pretty spectacular, right? Like they leave Wyoming in about October and they end up in South America for the winter, right? And pretty quickly. And it's pretty awesome to see like where they end up during the day. Like they'll start in the roost in Laramie and you'll see them out at Turtle Rock or Vitavoo, right? They're out there looking for a meal or perching in the rocks.
Anna Petrey's with us, UW grad student, and has forgotten more about turkey buzzards than we'll ever know. Let's talk about where they are right now, Anna. Are they getting into Wyoming? They migrate. They have the good sense to get out of here for a winter. We didn't really have a winter. Everything's ahead of schedule. I hear like sand cranes coming back already. About this time of year, this turkey vulture just inundates Kearney, Nebraska, and then they make their way to Wyoming probably next month, mid-month. When do you think?
Yeah, so someone supposedly did spot one in Laramie already. I've been on the lookout. I haven't seen one on campus in the trees yet. But usually the end of March, kind of the last week, is when the first like 2 or 3 start arriving. And then in April, a lot more start to come in. So we'll see. They might come in like a week or 2 earlier this year.
They have, I know we call the bald eagle because it has a white feathered head. It's not really bald. What is bald is this thing. Why does it not have feathers on its head?
Yeah, we think that's a vulture adaptation that's just helpful for cleanliness. So they can clean lots of other parts of their body, but the head is a little bit trickier. And so having that bald head just means that there's kind of less or just more an easeful way to clean anything off from that carrion or carcass that they're eating.
Makes sense. If you ever seen a turkey vulture on your downed elk and you left it overnight and he's got his head sunk into the bullet hole, like all the way up to his wings, then yeah, he's probably getting messy. And that, having feathers would make it worse. So we want to do a vulture watch. We want to do a vulture count. Here in Jackson Hole, we do a moose count every spring-ish, and volunteers come and get a sense of what the numbers are. How are the numbers trending for the population? Is it healthy? Is it going up, going down? And there's probably a vulture watch coming up here, like an organized thing where you're going to get some data.
Yeah, the turkey vulture is doing pretty good, all things considered. Given the state of birds, they're doing well conservation-wise. There will be Vulture Watch coming up. Basically, as soon as you see them, you can start logging them. There should be a training coming up in April. There's an in-person and a virtual version through the University of Wyoming Berry Biodiversity Center. And so you can hop on that training, get some information about vultures, how to use the app that collects data for them. And then from that point on, you can just log into the app and log if you see a vulture either in trees or in flight, wherever you might see them. You can even upload photos too.
Fantastic. Vulture Watch Wyoming, it's going on now. The program started by UW Museum of Vertebrates and UW Biodiversity Institute sprung of it in 2024. Now in their 3rd year of tracking the turkey vulture. Very interesting critter. Maybe not beloved except for Anna. Anna's got, you must have the only swagged turkey vulture Do they sell them at the gift shop in UW? Where did you get that thing?
Oh, I wish. This guy I got online, but there's actually a Raptor Center in Cody that you can also purchase one of these guys from. You can even adopt a turkey vulture and give some money to conservation for raptors up in Cody. So I actually have 2 of these in addition to my vulture shirt. And all my vulture art that's around my house.
You are all about vultures. Anna, thanks for joining us. Anna Petrey from UW. She's keeping an eye out for turkey vultures, so will I. Do they get in my neck of the woods, Teton County, will they get over here, or is it too cold?
Good question. I feel like maybe. I'm trying to remember how far north we definitely had some Casper sightings and some Casper trees, but
yeah,
I'm trying to remember if we got any data points out of Jackson when all of the data was compiled.
We have so many ospreys, so many geese, so many, birds that can deal with a little bit colder. But we could use some cleanup machines like the turkey vulture. Probably not going to be too cold this summer. Wasn't a bad winter. Thank you. Appreciate you being on.
Yeah, of course.
Have a great day.
Thanks.
Let's take a break. Don Day next with the weather.
Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Thursday. That sound you hear overhead sounds like a freight train. It's the jet stream. It's going like 200 miles an hour, man. It's like an Indy. It's like a F1 race. Jetstream is hustling. If you were a turkey vulture looking to migrate somewhere, just catch a tailwind, man. You wouldn't even have to exert any kind of energy. Woo, is it blowing down?
Yeah, it's just starting to ramp up. In the last hour, I saw wind gusts of 81 at Bordeaux between Chugwater and Wheatland. Looks like we've already had 2 blowovers on I-25 south of Cheyenne in the last hour. So yeah, we're just getting started. We're just going to call this a festival. We're just going to have some festivals usually go more than a day. So this is going to be 3 days of winds, but it really depends on where you are. This is a situation where if you're in Cody or Sheridan or Gillette, your weather is going to be a lot different than if you're in Laramie or Cheyenne or Casper, because that northern part of the state is going to be affected by waves of moisture. And talk about schizophrenia. I mean, you're going to see temperatures in those northern counties be 50s one day, 30s the next. One day it's raining, next day it's snowing. And then everybody's going to get colder with a cold front, strong cold front coming in Saturday night, Sunday. So those northern areas, a mix. The central and south just pummeled by the wind.
Yeah, I mean, the temp and the wind speeds almost equal in many of these places. You'll hit 60 today, and that's going to be the wind and the thermometer. Woo, doggy. And this is this prior to the timing of this polar vortex? I heard on your podcast you were talking about a late season, another polar vortex for our friends in the Midwest. What a winter they've had, and we haven't. And we all know when weather is naughty in one place, it's nice in another. Long range, we're seeing 70s in Wyoming. While they're going to get hammered.
A lot of people are going to be really cranky about the next 5 days living here because the weather, honestly, is just awful. The next 5 days. But middle to the end of next week, it's going to feel like the end of May. I mean, it's just going to be spectacularly nice. While this looks to be a potential historic blizzard in the northern Great Lakes, Wisconsin and Michigan in particular, parts of Minnesota, but we're going to see snow probably get down into Chicago. Get this, potentially 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts over northern Michigan, northeastern Wisconsin with this storm. You know, they're getting snow right now. They're going to get this storm come in as we get into Monday and Tuesday. I was talking to someone earlier. If Gordon Lightfoot was around, he might write a song about this one. It's going to be a big one.
This is on the verge of epic. I mean, a mid-March blizzard in Wyoming is, not out
they
of
happen frequently.
Yeah,
right.
Not out of the norm, but for where it's going here and the ferocity, it's late and it's violent. And I hope they haven't taken the plows off yet out there. Probably not. They've had a good preparation, good practice for this one. It's like, you know what you had a month or two ago, those storms? That's getting ready for this one. This is a big one.
Yeah, it is. And it's going to cause a lot of severe weather on the tail end of it. And we'll see freezing temperatures next week, get as far south as Alabama, Mississippi. So next week is one of those weeks where, yes, it'll be warmer in Wyoming than it will be in the deep south. And we've said that many times this season.
We have. That is craziness. Don, thank you.
Thank you.
Don Day in the day weather forecast. You just can't make any sense of weather this year. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Hey, let's go straight to Tommie Kniseley. And I'm going to say some nice things about Tommie. Monday, we heard the decision. I read it first, even before the Cowboy State Daily. I saw your post, Tommie, on Facebook. And you said Monday, after a marathon meeting, they decided to press pause. I was hoping that would be the result. Third reading would have made it final that your farm would be swallowed, annexed by the city of Cheyenne. But they did decide there are more questions that need to be answered. Were you kind of surprised? Scale of 1 to 10, 10 with being, wow, they actually did it. You've got a little breathing room till November. Was it a surprising decision Monday after, about 4 hours talking about your outfit, Why Fresh Farm?
It was a long 4 hours. I think it was definitely surprising from Councilman Wolf. That was an unexpected change of mind. But I mean, we're not out of danger, and I think it's more serious than just our farm. And after having kind of a little bit of break, getting a little bit of sleep here, I think why it's really touched something in Cheyenne and why people are upset is I do feel like the city council has forgotten what their job is. And it's more than just you work for us. I don't really think they work for us. I think it's much more important. They protect us. And let me say that I do think one knows what their job is up on that council, including the mayor, only one out of all 10 of them, that, our government is set up with lots of checks and balances, and you have quite a bit on the state and federal level. But on the municipal level, they're kind of our only protection. And they stand there as elected officials to protect overreaching government from government officials who are hired to just keep them in check, to make sure that rights aren't impinged. And I think that's why this got so much coverage, is because they saw that. They saw the bureaucratic bullying, and then they saw a council who forgot what their job was.
I think you're right, Tommie. That was the macro. The macro of it was government versus just a regular guy. And the government coming off as being a bit of a bully. Not, well, you're supposed to be working for us, government represented by a town council, which, hey, hello, has an enormous amount of power when they, it's surprising. They can change your life. A city council, a town council. Yeah, I think that was the macro, and the feeling that you're now, you're saying, wow, this is a bigger fight or a bigger picture. The micro is what you're doing on the farm, and you're not going to be able to do it like you did prior to being annexed. It's just no way. They can give all the answers they want, but it's not going to be life the same. But this is bigger than that, and I think that's why the meeting was not 1 hour, it was 4. That's why so many people came out in defense of what you're doing. So many people on Facebook comments, we see the same thing. They're not saying, oh, I really need them to go get my cabbage or my fresh eggs. They're saying, this is wrong of a city to do this. You're elected by us. That kind of talk. You're right, Tommie. This is big picture.
I guess just finally getting some breathing room to really reflect on what happened these past 6 weeks. I keep going back to how Reagan had said that freedom is never more than one generation away from being extinct, and each generation needs to, and I'm paraphrasing, needs to define it itself and decide if they want to fight and defend it. And it really hit home.
Well, I want folks, our listeners have probably gotten used to the voice and the face of Tommie Kniseley. She is, her and her husband own Y Fresh Farms. That's the farm that's being swallowed up by the city of Cheyenne, potential annex against their will. And when you got to adhere to city ordinances and you've been a farm in the county in a rural area, that's a change of your life. And if you've been following it, what I have appreciated, Tommie, and I think your last name is perfect. I don't know where you got that from, the husband, I guess. Nicely. You do it nicely. You're and people comment on this on the Facebooks. I notice it when I talk to you and when I see you speak before the council. Some people in your position could feel like a victim and could be really like, I don't know, like, you can't do this. This is wrong. Like, you are calm. You explain your concerns and fears. You ask your questions. You're very well spoken. And I think that's gone a long way. Speaking in front of all those in the suit and ties behind the mics. I think they do appreciate the way you've approached it. You're a great face for this situation and your farm operation. Maybe the husband is too, but I got a feeling he's more like you give him the fence post pounder. You like, that's your job. You are a great face on the farm. You do a great job explaining and asking.
Yeah, he's pretty calm too.
Okay.
Once you have teenagers, I think you have to. Right. They test you in ways, and they know your buttons and they push them.
So Tommie is, she's up early with us. She was out late last night. She was, any extra eggs they pulled out of the hen house, they went to the commissioners, they went to the town councilors' houses and used those eggs. No, I'm just kidding. So you've got till November. So we really just have delayed this. It's not going away. What is going to happen from now till November? I'm sure you're going to be meeting with city staffers, trying to get a better understanding. A lot of folks want a compromise. They want, okay, city says they got to build infrastructure. They got to do the things that mean like you're in the city, so the city responds to a 911 call. I mean, they got to do things like that, but can't they grandfather in what you do, your operation, the farm? Can't they just say, all right, you guys are special. You're going to be annexed in 400 years from now. You're going to be annexed, but right now you can do what you do. What do you do from now to November? What do you think?
Well, yeah, they did say it was a health and safety issue, but Kozak, the sheriff, and the fire department came and spoke and said there is no safety issue. We have a mutual aid agreement. But a lot of working with civil servants in the city to figure it out. And that is really worrisome, especially since I don't feel like our council's there to really help against this. Kind of balked last time as we talked about feeling like their answers were a little punitive, but I mean, I still feel that way. We went in, some things need to change. And here's an example of where we need to maybe codify an amendment is I can't have electric fence inside the city. There's already an amendment and an exception to have goats clean up, do some weed control. So they can do that. And I hope that they'll bring something forward to the council to do that. But instead of going to this meeting saying, listen, there's 969 pages of municipal code, where can they contradict, regular ag practices? I walk in there and they're like, we don't think your at-home occupation permit is correct. So we want to pull that. We don't feel like you fall under the Right to Farm and Ranch Act. So I don't think you get protection there. And I don't think you really adhere to the Wyoming food freedom laws. So it's like, I kind of just wanted to work on fencing, and how I can continue my ag practices. And it seems like they're working on ways to pull rights away. And that's concerning. It's concerning for everybody.
It feels like they have their heads buried in the book, in an ordinance, picking out rather than make decisions that meet people where they are. Go down and visit Y Fresh Farms and go walk around, see what it is the Kniseleys can do now and won't be able to do after November. Get your head out of the ordinance book, the rules and regs, and you would expect that of small government closest to you. DC federal regulation, that all they can do is a statute, whatever says get rid of the electric fence and you can't shoot coyotes. Make decisions that meet people and serve people. People are what it's all about. That's why we got all the rules. Dang.
Yeah. Again, we do feel like we can come up with a workable solution. We're not the first urban farm in America. But we need to come to the table and try to work on things. And again, treat people with respect and kindness. And that has been sorely lacking. And
hopefully, I know you don't want to. It's time consuming. Now you've got from now till November, you've got to be meeting with city council, meeting city staffers that you maybe didn't know half a year ago. Now, a lot of meetings, a lot of trying to figure things out. But, they do heavily influence, Tommie, what electeds decide. Behind the scenes, staffers say, you know what? These people are real a-holes and we need to annex them. Or they say, you know what? These people are really nice. What they're doing is really good. We can find ways to make this work. I think that holds a lot of sway with the electeds who, they got a lot of decisions to make, including where you can leave your, doggy poo bag.
Yeah.
I think you can make it work with staffers.
I hope so. We met with quite a few officials on Monday. And they're not all like that. But there is a few, and it only takes a few that have a burr under their saddle. Good thing this is a radio show because my face was apparently offensive to the chief of staff. I thought we had a decent meeting. And she went on a tirade about the way my face looked, where she thought she could say we wouldn't have another meeting. It was very interesting, and I don't know where all this anger stems from. The city planning office has a lot of anger, and I'm just trying to reflect on it. And I think the only reason you could have anger is because maybe they were caught not getting their job done. I mean, we did reach out to these people 3.5 years ago, and even when you have other city planners that I've never spoken to out in the lobby talking to our supporters, just visibly angry. And it's like, this isn't your property, this isn't your livelihood. I don't understand where this anger comes from.
Right. If anything, your side should be angry and passionate. You're under the firing squad. You should be the ones angry. Oh,
I am angry.
Make no mistake, Tommie's angry too. Don't let the Kniseley last name. She can do this another way if you want. People should be able to remove any personal stuff and emotion out of this. Let's make a smart decision here. So do you think, one last thing, Tommie, do you think the decision to pause the third reading was simply to let the media roar die down? I mean, it's buzzing. That meeting went a long time. You had a lot of people wearing the Fresh Farm shirts and speaking on your behalf. I've seen councils do this where they just kick it down the road. Let's see if they're all hot for this in November. You think they're just delaying, or what do you think? A tactic?
I don't think I'm going to try to predict the future. I'm just going to hope and pray for the best. And they got 8 months. I believe in second chances. We all have everybody goes through things to grow, to learn something and to grow from it and be better humans. And I wish that for everybody involved, and a lot of conflict can bring about a closer relationship, so you can have a lot of growth through conflict. And I'm going to be hopeful, but be very cautious too. There's a lot at stake for me.
Hopefully we do see growth come of this. Why Fresh Farms knows a thing or two about growing stuff. And you can't make an omelet without cracking an egg. So conflict could bring about a good resolution here. Let's hope so. Tommie, thanks for spending time with us again.
Thank you.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily Show on a Thursday. We're going to take a break. Come right back with our final guest this hour. I think Jackie Dorothy's all queued up and ready to go. Let's do it right after this quick break.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important. than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day, with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Welcome back from break. Cowboy State Daily Show, Thursday. So good to have you with us. We're looking at the Cowboy State Daily stories of the day. I also got one eye on oil prices, just cause. Not that I'm a stock market trader, but I find it fascinating is not the word. I find it disgusting that oil prices can fluctuate from $68 a barrel to $110, back down to 85, and now back up because Iran has just targeted refineries in the Middle East with more bombs. And depending on what President Trump says, oh, the war's almost over. He should know better than to say that. How many U.S. presidents have told us the conflict in fill in the blank in any volatile Middle East country, the conflict in Afghanistan, Iraq, what's that other little place we ran in? It's almost over. Don't ever give us a timeline. It's not over until Iran is smoldering. It's not over. They will fight in a guerrilla war with IEDs and drones and nasty forever. They've been fighting forever. Nobody's conquered that place since Persia. Don't tell us the war's over. That is a statement made so Wall Street will get its panties unbundled. And it might have worked for a 24-hour news cycle. The end is near. Trump said. Meanwhile, Hegseth is like, well, we're buckling in for, we're buying more bombs. And Trump is saying it's almost over. There's an end in sight. And that did calm Wall Street for like one day. And crude oil went from 110 to 85. And now it's back on the rise from what I understand, just because Iran they didn't get the message. I guess they don't read DC papers. They don't read the Washington Post. In Iran, they just launched missiles at oil refineries in the Middle East, Saudi, etc. And that sent the scare into traders again. It was pretty cool to talk with the former mayor of Shiloh, Israel. David Rubin was on last hour. I hope you caught that. That was super interesting. He's lived it. And he's living over there in Israel now. And he's like, well, you can read all you want and DC can paint it as this and that. We got to go in there to make sure their nuclear program doesn't get to, a refinery stage and they can't send missile. We got to do this for oil stability. We got to do this for the Iranian people and to spread Christianity. We can say all that stuff. What it means to Israel is it's a fight for their survival, their lives in Israel. And it means sirens going off nightly. I talked to David Rubin. He was in Shiloh, Israel, when we were talking. And during the interview, he said, do you hear that? And I couldn't hear it. He's like, we got a warning. I just got a warning on my cell phone. Expect sirens momentarily. When you hear those, seek shelter. That's like daily. So the conflict, I guess, doesn't mean much for us armchair U.S. folks, but in Israel, it's a daily run for cover. Still, under attack from a nation that has already said we want to wipe them off the map. I mean, they haven't minced words exactly in Iran. We want to eliminate Israel. Like, that's pretty clear. It's not tough talk, that's real clear. The end game is no Israel. That was really cool interview. Very cool. And David Rubin, by the way, besides being an author of about 7 books, all kind of centered around Middle East conflict and Israel, Iran, Israel, and everybody. Everybody's against the Jews at this point, just about. And that's biblically foretold. The Jews would be under persecution by almost every nation. Besides that, author of many books about that, former mayor, he's there, living there, and it was conflict in 2001 that injured him and his son. His son was shot in the head during conflict over there in 2001. So he's lived it. He knows what the trauma is like when you're constantly worried that the next bomb is coming from whatever hostile faction, whether it's Hamas, whether it's Israel, Syria, West Bank, like where are we going to get attacked today? That's got to be tough living for especially kids. You feel for the children, and that's why David Rubin has founded an organization that looks after children that have grown up under the trauma, stress, physical and mental injuries, and he's doing something about it. Find out more, Shiloh Israel Children's Fund. I find him on the interwebs at israelchildren.org. You can learn all about how to help, what's going on, heal the trauma of children of Israel. The website, Shiloh Israel Children's Fund. You can find it on the interwebs at israelchildren.org. Yeah, my privilege to have David on. That was an interesting interview. Okay, where's Jackie Dorothy? Has she gave me a heads up that she's not going to be with us? She might have blown away because the wind in Thermopolis is like, I don't know, 50, 60 miles an hour. Could you please? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure where Jackie is. Maybe she told me that she wouldn't be here. Maybe she's on assignment. Maybe she's down there in Matiti again. Her visit to Matiti was eye-opening, where she introduced us to that butcher shop, the local butcher shop. We talked to Tristan Wiggins yesterday, and they're pretty brand new. A local, super local, locally sourced from surrounding ranches, locally sourced meat processors, whether it's wild game or domestic cows from the ranch nearby, or they are cutting meat every day. They are old school butchers. Tristan Wiggins, his brother Austin, another couple, and another, I think 6 in all, co-own the Matiti Meat Company. I mean, they are putting meat in Matiti. That's how it got named. Did you know that? No, I'm just kidding. That was old Indian name. But they, Tristan talked about, it's a tough job being an old school butcher like that. Not macro butchering like these huge processing plants where they got maybe way more machinery. This is like real hands-on. And the Matiti Meat Company, and Tristan said, it's hard work, man. We are, after a day or two of doing this, we're wiped out. But a really cool thing. And you can order your cut, whatever it is, if you want some elk tenderloins, if you want top sirloin from the local ranch, beef cow. They do it all, man. Right now they're cutting, chopping, they're trimming, and they're putting the cuts in the freezer because it's that time of year where there isn't a ton of foot traffic going through Matiti. I can't imagine there ever is. But Tristan said in the summer we get a lot of people coming up that highway. Is it 120? But yeah, they don't have kind of a storefront yet, like, the old butcher shop, but I think that's coming one day. Right now, they just barely got the building up, and they had to build that from scratch. And it's pretty cool. Jackie was down there in Matiti looking into that Matiti Meat Company. She was also in Matiti just bending an elbow. I don't want to tell tales on Jackie, but she did hit the bar as well. She was at the Elkhorn Bar and Saloon, which is the Elkhorn. In small towns, your local bar often doubles as like a community center. It really does. It's not all about, late night drinking, bar fights, dancing on the table. It's like, this is where you go to eat maybe breakfast, lunch, and a dinner's where you bring the family. And then maybe late at night, you got some bar crawlers, but the Outlaw Bar and Saloon in Matiti has been there a while, went away for a little while, and is resurrected by a granddaughter who purchased the bar from her grandparents, and she's running the show now. You ever get a chance, do not drive through Matiti without stopping in at the Elkhorn Bar and Grill. I highly recommend. Here are the things that happened this day in history. It's March 12th. There wasn't a whole lot of stuff, but, some things. The legislature appropriated $500. That's all, 1886. Well, that was a decent amount in 1886, I would imagine. Legislature approved and appropriated $500 for Governor William Hale's funeral and to purchase a monument in his honor. So that's what a big name this guy was. $500 they squeezed out of the legislature in 1886 to honor Governor William Hale. That says something to me anyway, especially after we just wrapped up a budget session where it was hard to get a dime out of any of them. 1888, Territorial Governor Thomas Moonlight hires the legendary Elwood Meade as state engineer. Meade was the founder of Wyoming's water law, which he worked on from the period of 1888 to 99. He also worked on Colorado's water law during this period. Boy, we could use a guy like Elwood Meade back here again. In 1907, appointed chairman of the State Rivers and Water Supply Commission in Victoria, Australia. This dude knew water. Elwood Meade, hired on this day by Wyoming in 1888 to be the state engineer. Bighorn and Weston counties were created on this day in 1890. Don't look for them prior to 1890. Didn't exist. Bighorn, Weston counties, happy birthday. Happy anniversary. Buffalo Bill Memorial Association was created on this day in 1917. March 12, 1918, Arthur D. Gilbert of Lost Cabin received a patent for the fish hook. I have to know more. For one thing, how do you get a patent for something as universal as a fish hook? What was special about this fish hook? And also note the date. Are you telling me we didn't have fish hooks prior to 1918? I mean, the Inuits were fishing in Alaska and 1,000 years prior. Come on. What was so special about Arthur D's fish hook that required a patent as late, I'll say, as 1918? I could Google him up and try to learn more because, after all, we have time. There's no Jackie. Arthur D. Gilbert, fish hook, Wyoming. How fancy. I got to see what this fish hook was all about. What was so great about it? Maybe it was a treble hook. The interwebs does not know a lot about this guy. Boy, you might have to dig deep. Might have to go to that archive at UW. I had that guy on. Wagoner, John Wagoner, I think. If my memory serves. He's running that historical archive thing at UW. I'll bet they got a thing or two on this dude. But, yeah, I don't have time to call him up. We should, maybe one of these days, if I'm inspired, I'll learn more about why Arthur D. Gilbert's fish hook was so extraordinary that he received a patent for it. This day, 1918. 1933, FDR, president, delivered the first radio fireside chats. You've heard about those in history. 1933, the first of his radio fireside chats happened on this day, Franklin D. Roosevelt. And on March 12th, 1944, 19 cars of the Union Pacific train derailed near the location of Old Fort Steele. All these things happened on this day in history. Normally, I would jump right to rodeo, but we don't have time to sneak it in. I will just make comment on this story. Have you seen the photos of Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, all these cabinet members of Trump? He had them in some kind of meeting in the Oval Office the other day, and I'm loosely paraphrasing how it went down because I wasn't there. But Trump looked down at all their shoes and called them SH. Like, those are really shizzy shoes. He, called out everybody's shoes. One of them was rocking, $1,000 Louis Vuittons or something. So Trump, on the spot, says, your shoes suck. Let me buy you guys some shoes so we all look good. And he eyeballs their sizes, and he's way off because he buys them $145 ill-fitting floor shine shoes. I mean, they look like $140. Not that $145 isn't a lot of money, but they all are wearing the president's shoes, even if they're way too big. Marco Rubio's shoes are 2 sizes too big. They look terrible. And then there's all kinds of memes where people are using AI to make them look like clown shoes. But our whole cabinet there is embarrassing. They're all wearing giant clown shoes. This is what we're talking about while we have conflict in the Middle East. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We got to get to news. Mac Watson has it all lined up for you.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The young daughter of a 24-year-old woman was found dead on Saturday, shot in the face in a Riverton motel room. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports court documents say the little girl told authorities Daddy was mad at Mommy and Mommy's dead.
There's video showing the little girl entering the room with her family at about 11 p.m. the night before. And the footage shows the father leaving and coming back in the wee hours of the morning, according to court documents. So the evidence at this juncture indicates that the girl was in the room. There may be evidence later too, but at this juncture, that's the indication. And when a victim witness coordinator was engaging with the little girl later at the police station, she was saying things like, Daddy was mad at Mommy, Mommy's dead.
According to court affidavits, 25-year-old Sterling Lewis Black Jr. turned himself into police on Saturday afternoon and now faces 1 count of second-degree murder. A 14-year-old Cheyenne boy is being charged as an adult with first-degree murder, accused of shooting his mother in the head from behind. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports Havoc Leone initially reported to the Laramie County Sheriff's Office that his mother, Teresa McIntosh, had killed herself.
It wasn't obvious at the wound that there was contact with the gun, and it came at a little bit of a distance. And the boy himself, he said there was a struggle for the gun and it just went off. But at another time, he told them in pretty good detail how he had the gun in his closet. He retrieved it and that he shot her in the back of the head.
According to court affidavits, the buildup to the shooting began about 90 minutes before McIntosh was killed, when she and her common-law husband, Leone's biological father, argued with the teen about an electronic tablet he stole from the home of a cleaning client of his mother's. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. The land is one of Wyoming's greatest teachers. It shows us that carelessness has consequences, and thoughtful management creates abundance. Programs like Wyoming Agriculture in the Classroom and Wyo Wonders help young people learn how science, agriculture, and conservation work together. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, is built for elementary students by Wyoming industry professionals. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
Looking for a real Wild West experience? Cody, Wyoming's got your ticket to ride. They've been throwing down since 1919 with the world-famous Cody Stampede Rodeo. And when the sun sets, the Cody Night Rodeo keeps the action going every night all summer long. It's bulls, broncs, and big-time cowboy energy in the only town where rodeo is a nightly tradition. Because here in Cody, rodeo's not just an event, it's a way of life. The Cody Stampede Rodeo.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming House leaders on Wednesday dismissed ethics complaints against Democratic Representatives Mike Yin and Carly Provenza over the Checkgate scandal. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that House Speaker Pro Tem Jeremy Haroldson said they didn't break any rules, but their actions did cause fallout.
Now, the allegation has been that she violated the rules by not filing a confidential ethics complaint instead. You know, the ethics complaint rule doesn't say you have to file an ethics complaint when you have an issue. It lays out what happens when you do that and how you do that. Now, some of her detractors are saying, well, when she was calling for an investigative committee, that was tantamount to an ethics complaint. The ethics committee didn't find that she had actually broken the rules, but said that the way she chose to do it caused pain.
One House lawmaker and multiple private citizens filed a total of 4 official complaints this session against Yin of Jackson and Provenza of Laramie. A massive pileup on Interstate 80 between Laramie and Sinclair during a blizzard on Wednesday sent 2 people to hospitals and shut down the highway. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports officials blame winter's sudden return for the pileup.
Meteorologists were predicting snow in the I-80 corridor, but there ended up being more snow than they predicted. So that snow, coupled with this high wind, led to blizzard-like conditions and slick roads. And Brown told me that Wyoming has had a really long November. People have kind of been operating under this false sense of security.
National Weather Service meteorologist Timothy Trudel tells Cowboy State Daily that a cold front caused a heavy band of snow to linger across parts of Carbon and Albany counties, with the area receiving 3 to 6 inches of snow. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Most hiring algorithms would scream me out.
Some bosses couldn't see me as a leader.
I've run this place for 20 years, but I still need to prove that I'm more than what you see on paper.
I've been writing code as long as I've been able to reach a keyboard.
This is what I do. It's second nature for me, coordinating 100 details at once.
It's the way my mind works. I have a very mechanical brain.
I sold them on my skills.
You gotta be so good they can't ignore you.
My magic is
analytics and empathy. That's how I'm getting clients. You have to have the confidence in yourself to show up and defy the odds.
I'm more than what I have on paper.
I never got a college degree. And today, I'm the CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm one in a million, when actually I'm one of millions. Stars are all around us. It's time for them to shine.
Cowboy State Daily Show kicking off the 3rd hour and doing it with Mark Hines, of course, every Tuesday and Thursday. That's the way we get it going here in the 3rd hour of the show. Mark, what's happening?
Hey, how's it going?
I'm running on low battery.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like in the red. I'm just...
Where do you get your bumper music, man? That music just playing. I can just see the Sesame Street Muppets dancing to it.
Oh, no, wait, I got a Sesame. Yeah, that was a good visual. I got a Sesame Street Muppet. Yeah, I get it from. You get what you pay for, Mark. This is free music.
Because
royalty.
you've got copyright issues, do you not? You can't use cool Pink Floyd for bumper music because then you'd get into
I wish. We have to pay ASCAP and BMI royalty fees, and we don't. It's super expensive. You know, Art Bell, Joe Rogan, those heavyweights.
So you have to use knockoff Muppet music.
Totally. Like fake Muppet music. And later today, this is my St. Patrick's Day music.
Yeah,
that's the song they played on the Titanic when it was going down.
I tell you, this just made put a plug out. If you've never been to Butte, Montana on St. Patrick's Day, you need to go.
Ooh.
It's nuts. It is nuts.
St. Patty's Day trivia for Abby, who's coming on next hour. Abby, get ready. It's all about St. Patty's Day.
Get ready.
Okay.
And I would submit that Butte, Boston likes to brag about how Irish they are. I think I think Butte is this side of the pond. Butte is the most Irish community.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I saw the Irish miners that came out to work in when it was active. Yeah.
Irish workers made the Erie Canal. I know they were there for that. And then they kept coming out like, all right, what else you need done? You see like an Irish guy with a pickaxe over here. What else you need done? We're looking for coal and gold, silver, and okay, fine. All right, cool. That's good to know. If I wanted to play knockoff music or fake music, I could do what Tom Lubnau has. You got to check out that column, Mark, because you're a music guy. Tom highlights in his latest opinion column this dude, this sound engineer in Russia, who for his 60th birthday gifted himself about a couple decades ago music. He loved like yacht rock of the 70s in America, Chicago, and Earth, Wind, and Fire. So he assembled like the greatest session musician players he could find, from the horn line to the guitarist and the drummer, and they play hits that we grew up with, and you could not tell the difference. Oh my God!
They do them in yacht rock style.
They do them that music genre was considered, easy listening, yacht rocky.
Adult contemporary, I think they call it.
Yes, AC, like any of those songs. And they're so good. You can barely, if you listen to it just like in the dentist's office, you wouldn't know it was not Earth, Wind, and Fire. You would know that was not really Blood, Sweat, and Tears.
That's cool.
They're really good. You got to watch. Tom has videos of them doing it. They sound great. The singers sound like the singers.
Nice.
And probably singing phonetically. I don't know, but maybe we could use that, because I don't think the trawler, the robots would ding us for that. Maybe. All right. What's the deal with muskrat fishing? I didn't know that was a thing. What the?
I think it is one of those things that is not outside the realm of possibility, but the odds of you actually seeing it happen are slim to none. Because they will, as the biologist pointed out, they will, like any rodents, they'll eat insects or, meat at times, but just the perfect set of circumstances that muskrat saw the stringer fly and thought it was a juicy insect and went for it and ended up getting caught like a fish. It's not impossible, but don't hold your breath waiting for it to happen in front of you like that.
Yeah, that dumb muskrat. Come on. I thought fish were dumb. Muskrat must be too. See, I could play that song, Muskrat Love.
Muskrat Love. Oh,
Captain
my goodness.
and Tennille.
One of the cheesiest hits of the 70s. Yeah.
Dude, it is totally cheesy when they do when the captain does his keyboard to make it sound like he's making a muskrat sound. But the song itself is not bad. I mean, for me, it's pretty good. It's just like, stop doing the...
It's a guilty pleasure song.
Yeah. I wouldn't admit it to anyone.
That you like it. Yeah.
Right. I'm not going to bust out that information at a Scorpions concert. I really love that Muskrat Love song. You're like, get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
What have you been smoking? Yeah. All right. What else is happening in your world besides fishing for muskrats, which can happen? Mark Hines wrote about it.
It can happen. Well, I do have some stories, but if they haven't, I can't really talk about anything that hasn't been published.
Oh, okay.
What's been published that caught your eyeball?
That's the latest from you. And we've talked about most of the rest of the stuff. There was one other thing. Maybe not.
It's been, it was an interesting, legislature as far as gun legislation. I didn't go too far down that rabbit hole, but there were some lively debates over some of that. I think the thing about doing it, unless I'm mistaken, the one bill that would have allowed constitutional carry at UW and other places, I think that one tanked. But I do think they were successful in lowering the age at which people can apply for a concealed carry permit. I think they were able to drop that from 21 down to 18.
Yeah.
It's probably people going to have mixed feelings about that.
Legislators were in a real gun-friendly mood this session, and they also wanted to punish anyone who would help take our guns away, including local sheriffs.
And that's
didn't make it.
That bill I know Gordon vetoed it. I don't know if they override.
They failed.
Okay. Yeah, that was Claire's wheelhouse.
Yeah.
It was once it got to there. That was because it kind of, pitted it was strange. The two sides that got pitted against each other. I mean, usually the sheriffs and the gun rights guys are, pretty much in agreement, but man, they did not see eye to eye on that.
We had Representative J.R. Riggins on yesterday, and he flipped his vote when he heard that not a single sheriff in this state liked it. He was thinking he was voting for something pro-gun. He's like, I don't want to come off as anti-Second Amendment. I want to back this. And then he's like, why do all the sheriffs hate it? I'm going to look into this. And he flipped his vote. So did a lot of lawmakers. If the sheriffs hated it, they're like, that carries a lot of weight.
Well, it's way too early to tell. The rumblings I've heard so far is the 27 legislature isn't going to be nearly so gun bill heavy. But the one interesting one that we talked about before is that they might bring that machine gun bill. The one to get rid of the post 1986 restriction.
So we can't have butt stocks, but we can have full out machine guns.
Well, you can have full-out machine guns now. It's just you can't. It's extremely difficult, if not impossible, to get one that was manufactured after 1986 because of that law that took effect then. And you can have machine guns, but it takes a lot of licensing. They're insanely expensive. And then so what you get is folks that have them for range purposes, like the Cody Firearms experience, where you can go. They're a business. They've got a closed, controlled range, and if you want to go, empty the magazine of a Tommie gun for thrills, you can do that, but that's the sort of thing that privately owned machine guns are fully automatic weapons. You can't run around the streets with one like they did back in the day. You can't go protect John Dillinger
or you can't go full out Rambo with until, we're still living in a state that's way too firearm restrictive. If I still can't order the machine gun mounted thing on my Subaru. When I get this,
I know you're bummed about that, Jake.
I want a bazooka missile launcher machine gun that I can mount in the back of my Subaru.
No, you're still SOL. Even if they pass the post 86 machine gun bill, you will not be able to do that, Jake.
Is this America or not?
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you can't put a missile launcher on your Subaru. You just can't do it.
I'm out there.
Don't like this out of your head, Jake.
Fishing for muskrat and looking to run a belt of bullets the size of my forearm through. Come on, man. That is so American. All right. Thanks, Mark.
All right. Have a good one.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Jackie Dorothy will be in next. We finally did find her. She's here right after this.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom. We're about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Well, good morning. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Let's pop in with rodeo right now, and then we're going to go to Jackie Dorothy. Western Ag Network, the Rodeo Road Show. It's Will Rasmussen.
It's the Rodeo Road Show on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today on the program, the #1 saddle bronc rider in professional rodeo, part of the famous Wright family, the oldest brother of Stetson Rider and Statler. It's Rusty Wright, a 5-time national finalist. We'll talk about his year so far, and boy, it's going well. The #1 bronc rider in the world, coming up.
Farm families and rural communities are struggling. Why? Because the monopolies dominating agribusiness are squeezing them from all sides. That's why the National Farmers Union is standing up for farmers, because consolidation hurts farmers, ranchers, and everyone across the country. Fairness for Farmers is a nationwide community of family farmers, ranchers, and advocates working together for fairness, resilience, and a better future for agriculture. Montana Farmers Union encourages you to visit fairnessforfarmers.org.
Hi, I'm Kevin Auctioner with Auctioner Land and Cattle in Kersey, Colorado. On March 21st, we'll be offering a powerful set of performance-oriented limousine and Limflex bulls and heifers, including our National Western Stock Show Champion Penna 3. These cattle are designed to complement British-based cowherds, and they all sell with genomically enhanced EPDs, PAP scores, and a first-season breeding guarantee. Learn more at ocattle.com and join us Saturday, March 21st in person or on dvauction.com.
Rodeo Road Show this week. Man, what a get this is. Look at there. The #1 saddle bronc rider in the world. Right where he belongs. How's that sound, Rusty?
It sounds good. I'm glad to be back.
Wow. Rusty Wright on the show 5 times to the NFR, and just one of the really good guys. I'm a big fan. And to start off, here's what I want to talk about first, Rusty. We were both at Chase Hawks back in December, right after the finals. Yeah. And you won that event. It made me feel so good when you walked up on the announcer stand and gave me a big old hug.
Yeah, I was happy to see you. I hadn't seen you in a bit, so I kind of talked to you there before the rodeo. I figured I better come over and talk to you before I took off out of there.
Boy. We talk about your year, your #1. Boy, you won the Wilderness Circuit Finals. You won Chase Hawks, Des Moines, Iowa. Fort Worth was huge. Won a bunch of money at San Antonio, and you just won Okeechobee, Florida. Man, What a string of wins, Rusty.
Yeah, it's been awesome. It seems like everything I'm getting on, whether it's supposed to buck or not, it's bucking. I don't know. I feel like I'm riding as good as I ever have, if not better.
Rusty Ride on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Yeah, thank you, Will. Rusty Wright. He can fork a bronc. Number one rodeo. What was he? Saddle bronc. I want to talk about Captain Kirk. He is pretty old to be getting on horses. The only thing he should be getting on these days is a turlet and doing a Shatner on that turlet. William Shatner, Captain Kirk. You probably saw him in the Super Bowl ad advertising a cereal that helps you be more like William Shatner in the bathroom. It's a fiber-rich. I have the actual commercial here. Let me see if I can play it without YouTube ads popping up. Here's the commercial I'm talking about. Wait a minute. Let me let the ad go by. You saw this during the Super Bowl.
Will Shadd here, bringing fiber to the masses with Kellogg's Raisin Bran. Duty calls.
Will Shadd?
Every darn day.
Whoa.
Will Shadd in the house. It's fiber time. Is that dog a Shih Tzu? Perfect.
Will Shadd on the car!
You're too old for this. Kellogg's
Will Shadd on the car.
Kellogg's has aired its Super Bowl commercial 2026.
And is that a Shih Tzu? Yeah, the Will Shadd. I think Captain Kirk has hit a new low. I don't know who his agent is, but he's probably not up for doing like a movie or a TV show. Commercials probably the only thing Shatner can do at this age. He's 94, by the way. We're talking about him not because of this fiber-rich cereal commercial, Kellogg's Raisin Bran. I thought it was odd, the whole, rename. It's William Shadd. But now I see they're making a goof on what he has to do, his daily duty. I get it. But that's pretty low, man. I think poor Captain Kirk at his age has lost all awareness of how this comes off. Like, really? Like, this is a legendary actor, famous dude, and in his 90s, he doesn't need to be still working. And he doesn't need to be doing a commercial about shatting in the bathroom. Will Shatner. But he did fall off his horse the other day. William Shatner, 94, undergoes surgery after a devastating horse accident. That's why he's in the news today. I'm reading it in Parade magazine. Came out yesterday. So our thoughts are with Shat. I don't know about his awareness level. I know he should not be riding a horse at 94. I mean, good for you to keep getting in the saddle, but dude, I had some people associated with his show, and let me get Jackie in here. I don't want to keep her waiting. I had William Shatner does that show, like a weird discovery show or so. What is it? There's Jackie.
I can't remember the name, but it's a great show. It's fun.
It's like they do discoveries and whatever. So I wrote a story in Cowboy State Daily about the little mummy dudes that the Native American Indians think that was, the Pedro or whatever. That
we know. It was the little people.
Little people.
Yes.
Yes. So I wrote a story about that. And from LA, the producers of Shatner's show said, oh, this is right up our alley. Can you come on the show and basically be the expert on this? We'll fly you out to LA. I'm like, it didn't happen because I didn't have time. And also because I was never promised that I could meet Captain Kirk. I said, can I meet Captain Kirk? They're like, no one talks to Will Shatner. They basically said that. No, nobody talks to William Shatner. I'm like, oh, all right. well, forget it. So I imagine he's very well guarded and protected by his peoples, but I'm surprised his agent.
Handlers, get the right word.
His handlers. But his handlers had him doing that fiber commercial for the Super Bowl that was just so silly. William Schatz, every day he does his daily duty. It's so silly. Jackie, what's happening?
Oh, just hanging out in Thermopolis, getting ready for that high wind that's coming through.
High wind.
Tell you what, I've never heard of an 80-mile-an-hour wind coming through the canyon. And if you've ever been in the Wind River Canyon, when a wind comes through, you can hear it approaching it, and it literally sounds like a freight train.
Yeah.
And you will then watch it approach as it goes through everything. It's about 32 seconds to a full minute before it'll hit you.
Really?
It is the craziest experience.
It's a tight canyon. There actually is a train in that canyon, so you may think, oh, man, the train's coming. And then when it gets going through those tunnels, woo!
Yeah.
That'll blow rocks right off the cliff. That's going to be a win for you.
Really well. I do have a dent in my car from one of those windstorms. It was like this rock came right off, but the crazy thing is it was traveling with us for a few seconds before it hit the car. And so
wow.
It's like, whoa.
What's faster, the wind speed blowing that rock or you're driving? I mean, you're probably tooling along at 50 and here's this rock that's keeping up with you. Like, wow. That's
it was a crazy thing when that happened.
That's serious win. All right. So most of us over the weekend jumped ahead an hour. You jumped ahead a day.
Apparently, I was just like, I was going for it. And then I was like, oh, it's not Friday.
I'm right with you. Like, should be, feels like.
And then I thought it was Wednesday. And then I'm like, wait a second. Calendar says it's Thursday.
Yeah, I feel like it should be Friday. I want to get there, but soon enough, we'll be there. I want to talk about your story that dropped all the way back February 23rd on my birthday, by the way.
Ooh, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Related.
This poor toddler, boy, you talk about starting out life a rough way. This kid was born with cancer. Give us the update on Dorothy Pontillo.
So what happened is that when she was born, they knew she had issues, but they didn't realize the extent of them. And so her parents were taking her to the specialist. She was doing everything that they needed to do. But her mom was a nurse and said that, and being a mom, you know your kids, and her daughter started having troubles with her bladder, and they couldn't figure out what it was. And they kept going into this cycle of emergency room, coming back. Until her mom said, she says, I felt bad, but I was like, I'm not leaving. And she was in Denver, and she goes, I'm not leaving until you tell me what's wrong and we stop treating the symptoms. Because she was getting the catheter, and it was just so sad. She was only 18 months at this point. And what it turned out is that she had been born with this tumor, and it had gotten cancerous. It had grown to the point it metastasized into her liver. I mean, it was just a horrible ordeal, but her mom stood up. And I think that was the story I walked away. Not only are the kids resilient and, they're there, she's smiling through her chemotherapy because that's what ended up happening. And Dorothy is just this bundle of joy. But it was because her mother insisted we need answers. And so the message she has for other parents is advocate for yourself, stand up. The doctors are there to help. They don't have all the answers, but they can find those answers.
Yeah. They were probably lucky that mom had some medical background, because I'm sure every mom, when the medical experts are like, oh, we've done the right tests, we don't see anything, you're just being a mom. You're super excited. You think a fever is 97.8, like calm down. But she had the medical background too. She goes, no, I know my kid better than anybody. You got to give me that. I'm the mom. I spend time with her. But I also have the background. So yes, we need to maybe look in this area, or this isn't right. Good for her.
Well, she said it also kind of backfired on her being a nurse.
Oh.
Because what they were doing is putting a catheter in her daughter and sending her home saying, you're a nurse, you know how to take care of this. And so they were less likely actually to do tests or to find out what was wrong because she could take care of it.
And they were just like covering the symptoms. Like you handle the symptoms you know how to do that. Yeah, a nurse does that. That's what they do. But yeah, she needed somebody who wanted to do a little more MRI or whatever, figure out some stuff.
What caught it. And this tumor was, it was the size of a grapefruit and a little baby. And it's just, pushing on all our organs. So, of course, you know how it is with cancer is that you have to monitor it, continue to do that. But right now, she's considered cancer-free. She's living the life of a 3-year-old, enjoying her two big sisters. And she's going to be a big sister because her mom is expecting their 4th child soon. So it has a happy ending, but it could have been so much worse.
Oh, this kid's cute as a bug, man.
Oh, she is.
Okay.
And the whole reason we did this story was because Jason's friends helped them financially and did all of these background things that you don't consider when your child is dealing with cancer. The travel for the parents, the loss of work, your mortgage, all of these things. Jason's friends takes care of. So when you have childhood cancer in Wyoming, there's one blessing, and that's we have this organization that no one else has. In
Jason's friends.
Yes,
okay.
Jason's friends. Look it up. It is, in fact, we have Christine on here. She's the director.
Yeah.
She can explain what she does with all these kids. It was started, actually, Bob Beck is a really good one to talk to, because it was a good friend of his. It was started by a family that they ultimately lost their son, but they were like, when you have cancer in Wyoming, you have to leave Wyoming to get your treatment, especially childhood.
And that
cancer.
creates all kinds of out-of-pocket expenses that you don't think about that insurance doesn't cover. Insurance covers like what the hospital's doing, but there are bills that just mount when that changes your life. Oh, wow.
Absolutely. And what is so cool about it is she said that it just broke her heart because she would be there and see other kids without their parents because the parents had to work. They were not able to travel with their child. And she said Dorothy had both her parents there. Both her husband and her were able to take care of her, be with her, and make this actually, for kids, a fun experience. Yes, it can be painful. Yes, they get sick, but they're surrounded by love, and that's what matters.
A story like this is why Cowboy State Daily exists. I mean, we could show all the coverage from the legislative session and show, hey, we got journalists everywhere, we're on it. But we want to highlight stories like this for our readers. That is so cool. And good for Dorothy. I hope family does well. And yeah, thank you, Jackie.
Well, thank you. You're right. This is why we're here writing these stories. That and the little people.
That and the little people. I was gonna say that and bending an elbow down at the Elkhorn Bar and Saloon in Matiti or buying a cut of steak. That was fun to talk to Tristan, by the way. The butcher, I mean, they put the meat in Matiti Meat Company.
Oh. No, I actually, every time now that I go through Matiti, it's like the chocolatier is closed right now, but not the meat market.
I forgot. Yes, they have the chocolatier and this meat place.
Right next door.
Dude, Matiti.
I mean, it's a happening place.
Matiti is punching well above its weight for anybody who wants to eat well. Yeah, for a town that most people can't spell, they're doing some culinary stuff. Good for them. Wow.
It's a fun place. You drive through it all the time. At least I do, going to Cody, going to Billings. But to actually stop and to start to talk to the people and walk on the boardwalk, it is a frontier Wyoming town full of very innovative people. It's a population of 317.
But yeah, they're a little bit different because they are this hotbed of this cool, real local micro butcher. That's a movement that's happening all across America. And the most famous Wyoming chocolatier. I mean, both those things in tiny Matiti. It's on Highway 120.
Yes.
Is that the name?
Oh, gosh, you would ask the highway name. I don't know. I drive it.
You just know where you're going. See, I got to use the GPS has to tell me.
20 is the one I live on. through the canyon.
Yes.
So there's Highway 20 South. So it probably is.
All right. We can't mislead people. I got to look it up. Matiti while we're here. So, and you have to go right through the town. Like there's no around. You go right through it and slow down. And like, there's Matiti.
Yeah. And you can see the town. And what I really like about the meat market is that they wanted to preserve the integrity of what the town was.
Yeah.
So it was unfortunate, they had to tear down what now is a historical building. It was 1920s garage.
Yeah.
But it was dilapidated. It was falling down. But what they replaced it with was a beautiful building that just fits in the area. It's got the historical aspect, and it just looks fantastic.
They tried to do right by the history. They couldn't save the building, but they rebuilt it very much in that fashion, using some of that wood, and it has a great old look.
No, it's just a fun family. They're fitting right into Matiti. They're from Evanston, some of them. Others are from Matiti, and that's why they chose the area. I got to meet the grandmother the other day. So they're just fun.
Apparently,
love what they're doing.
It's the grandparents that are kind of footing the bill, and the dream is from these Evanston kids, but good for them, chasing the dream. And the grandparents are making it happen for them, and I'm excited for them. Yeah, 120 takes you right through, becomes State Street, right through Matiti. Slow down and go stop, get a steak and some chocolate while you're there, I advise.
I definitely recommend it as well.
Or a beer at the Elkhorn, right?
Right. And at the Elkhorn, what's really nice is I did grab a meal, and the food is great. There's small kitchen, but great meals, great food. And it's that fun atmosphere. It's just the old fashioned bars from the 80s. That's what it reminded me of. Your hat would fit right in.
Maybe the wind will blow you down to Matiti today, Jackie. If it does, let it go. Just go with the flow.
Absolutely.
Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. As I recover from the spring ahead.
Jackie went a whole day ahead, maybe. I asked everybody if that affected them, and I think you said Tuesday. You're like, it doesn't really do me too much. You don't even know what day it is. You missed that hour. I know you do. All right. That doesn't. We're at the weekend. Tomorrow is for real Friday, and we can all take a break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Let's take a break. We'll get one of our legislators on next. We'll talk a little bit about that budget session. 68th legislative session wrapped up. I don't think there's anybody left in Cheyenne. Maybe a few hanging around to see if they had to veto something or flip a veto. But for the most part, I think they're done and out of there in Cheyenne. We'll find out. Let's take a break.
In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, Our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Cowboy State Daily Show, and we welcome in Senator Brian Boner. Senator Boner representing District 2, Converse, Natrona counties. Senator, are you done? You out of Cheyenne? What's happening with the 68th legislative session? Wrapped?
Yeah, it's good to be back in Douglas. I just got done yesterday, and so now it's back to the ranch for me. Thanks for having me on again, Jake. It's always an honor to have the opportunity to talk to you.
You bet. The senator sits on a few committees: Senate Corporation, Senate Travel, and the Select Water Committee, where he's vice chair. Let's talk about this session, beginning with just the overshot. Many of us surprised by how quickly and relatively easy we came to a budget agreement, very close to the governor's budget. The House chose to do it their way, build the plane from the ground up, and the Senate went with primarily the governor's suggestions and cut down from that. One way took many hours, and in the end, we got to just about the governor's budget. I mean, a shade under $10 billion.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we came in about 50 million less than what the governor recommended. Overall, of course, we had our own, priorities that were different from the governor's. That isn't necessarily reflected by the total amount. But yeah, it was actually a huge relief to not have to wait till the last minute. That was always there was this brinksmanship that used to be common, especially with the previous folks who were in charge of the Wyoming House of Representatives, and to see that negotiation process conducted professionally was a huge relief from my mind. So kudos to leadership in both chambers to really get that through and just resolve those differences right off the bat. I think that was a huge step forward. And you see a different philosophy in the House where they offered, the folks who were maybe not in the driver's seat anymore offering hundreds of amendments, seeking to almost filibuster the rest of some of the other priorities. So you can control how many amendments people bring to the budget, but once that budget is set, I'm glad and really happy with the way that our leadership teams negotiated the differences between the two chambers and came to a logical and rapid conclusion to a negotiation process, which frankly isn't that difficult. You just have to come and find a position between the two chambers and come to agreement.
Yeah, and Senator, we weren't that far apart, really. 170 million. It was more about the tough talk. The House majority, there was a lot of tough talk about how this was going to go, the cut and slash. But 170 million, that you felt like we can get there, we can close that gap, and we sure did. The Senate sent their Fab Five, House sent their Fab Five, and they hashed it out in boom before lunch. It was pretty quick. What could be a real horse trading session was real quick agreement. That was cool. Did you get any insight? Do you know the 5 from the Senate that went? Did they give you any feedback? Did you have a glass to the wall of what went on in there for the brief 15 minutes? How do you think it went? Pretty easy, done.
Yeah, I think they had those difficult discussions that focused on reforming things like the Business Council and the University of Wyoming. And I think they came out with a good compromise that recognizes that as a legislature, you have to set the direction. You can't necessarily be there when they execute, though. We go back to our jobs as a citizen legislature in particular. And so you have to really make sure that those agencies have a clear understanding of what the expectation is. And that's difficult. because they oftentimes have other priorities once you sign the dotted line and send them that budget. So I think that they should understand now that we expect them to be laser focused on the needs of the people of the state, and we're going to make progress and continue to work towards that goal as we have been for years now. I think it just took a new focus, a new priority after this budget session.
Let's talk about some non-budget things. They popped up. Senator Brian Boner is with us. Senator, let's regarding the Checkgate thing, I don't want to go rehash all that, but I do want to talk about how it tainted that bill that we were talking about. This housing mitigation bill brought very much an interest of Rebecca Bexdale, very important for Teton County where I live. This idea that affordable housing, to build it, you have to pay a fee, some call a fine, for doing development and house people. Housing mitigation, housing is definitely an issue. You had no appetite to bring that bill back or bring it for another reading. Did it get ruined by Checkgate, or you just didn't like the bill, or you didn't feel you had time? Where were you on that?
Right. Yeah, I voted no to bring it out of committee because our procedures are important, first and foremost. And there's probably a reason why the chairman of the Senate Appropriations Committee didn't want to bring it up. But yeah, the perception was unfortunate. I agree with the policy. I think it's it should be looked as a last resort if you can't protect your property rights with the county commission or the town of Jackson or whatever the case may be. Then maybe the legislature is the next step, and it's my understanding that they did try to get that issue resolved locally. But absolutely, I'm a property rights advocate as a six-generation rancher. It's very important, and it's not just for ag; it's for everybody. Anybody who might want to develop a business or just simply have a place to live without being extorted by local government. But process does matter. The institution matters too. And we were protecting the institution of the legislature when we decided that that bill had been tainted. And, it shouldn't be this hard, but we've had numerous procedural issues with this particular idea. I think that, not to sound cliche, but, you do need to trust the process and, stay out of your own way sometimes and just let it go through the process like any other piece of legislation. So I hope that we can have the opportunity to have that discussion without controversy, without procedural questions clouding the debate next year.
We had a good discussion with Representative Riggins yesterday regarding the Second Amendment Protection Act. And he really got into the weeds with it with us. And at first blush, it appears to be, if you're not paying attention, you're looking at the outside, like, protecting Wyoming's gun rights, protecting Second Amendment. We love our firearms. And if you vote against this SAPO, this SAPA, you're against guns. And you may be painted that way as a lawmaker when we take roll call of your votes. But all 23 county sheriffs didn't like it. They said, this is not what you think it is. This is going to make our job tougher. When the feds come for your guns, and the fact is they aren't, and there's no really notion that that's going to happen in D.C. right now. And if there was, we'd have time maybe to build in this Second Amendment protection action. So the timing was off. The bill was not ready. A lot of people did not like this, just for the sheriff saying we hate it. And you voted not to override the governor's veto on it. Where do you stand on this? How do you understand it?
Well, I voted no on the override, and I was a consistent no on the bill, in all the iterations, and we saw it several times, actually. So I was one of 5 consistent no votes in the Senate because of the concerns of our local law enforcement, and because we actually already have a Second Amendment Protection Act on the books that says they cannot enforce, federal gun laws that are unconstitutional. And so I trust our law enforcement to follow state law. I've had experience with, say, the Sweetwater County Sheriff with the Rock Springs RMP when that was going through the works. He took a stand there and said he's not going to enforce it, which is actually a very aggressive stance. I know it seems like it's almost passive because you're saying you're not going to do anything. What you're actually saying is that one BLM enforcement officer is going to be on his own, which is actually a very aggressive thing to do, to leave somebody out there enforcing, say, trespass laws if they shut down wide swaths of, the checkerboard in Sweetwater County. And so I think we've been very aggressive already, and we don't have to be anti-law enforcement in the process. And so they can pay me as anti-gun. That's fine. I have a very strong Second Amendment record, this is basically the only Second Amendment bill that I've voted against. And, I stand with the men and women in law enforcement who are doing this in real life. I'm not afraid of some, rather ineffective out-of-state interest group trying to pay me one way or the other. I have a firm record of standing with local law enforcement and our Second Amendment. You shouldn't have to choose between the two.
I feel like I should be playing God Bless America behind you, like as you say that. I like it, Senator. I like what you're saying. It was a bill that appeared to, I think, a lot of people as a solution in search of the problem. Like, we don't really need this, and that's how it went down. Let's talk about another bill that was kind of punitive or authoritarian, if you want to go the full route. The whole making punishment for blowing off a subpoena. Was any necessary? Is that necessary? How'd you vote on it? What do you think about that?
I think it would have helped, give color to our current laws. I believe I was in support of that. The legislature very rarely issues a subpoena, and if it does, there's probably a good reason for it. In the case, I believe this had to do with the Weston County clerk and the challenges she had administering the last election. And it seems to be a pattern of behavior with that particular clerk where she doesn't think she has to follow the law. I think that's probably why she's at risk of losing her job, because of, not because she made a mistake, but because she refuses to acknowledge it and doesn't seem to, be taking this whole thing very seriously, which, I think election security and the integrity of our elections is serious. So if you need a little extra clarity as to, what the consequences are if you blow off one of these subpoenas, I think that was an appropriate adjustment to our statutes.
And it wasn't not an isolated incident with Becky Hadlock, the Weston County clerk. This happened previously with former AG Bridget Hill as well. So it's happened more than once. It's not a law just looking to target one person.
Right, absolutely. I was the chairman of the Joint Ad Committee when that happened, and we just ran out of time. And so the committee was a little frustrated that not only did she not show up when we asked, but she actually asked the board land commissioners to not show up to our meeting also to provide testimony that we thought was relevant. So, that one escalated a little bit quicker than I thought as chairman. But another example where simply the legislature was ignored in that situation.
Well, you saved it for last, but recalibration, funding, education, we got there. You happy? Was it a compromise? What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think we made some good progress. Obviously an extra $115-ish million is a lot of money, but, that's kind of where we're at. We're at, kind of East Coast levels of education funding here in the state of Wyoming because of the court cases. Obviously, that's a judge telling the legislature how much money to spend. If the people were telling us how much money to spend, it'd be quite a bit less. But that's where we're at with the relationship between the legislature and the judicial branch. I think that it's important that we did that silo, if you will, that guarantees a base amount going into the classroom. The problem I've always had with the way we set up our K through 12 system is that the legislature is 100% responsible for the funding. So we raise or lower taxes. We determine, there's literally some equation we come up with that determines how much each and every school district in the state gets. But then the check goes out the door and the school districts are 100% responsible for spending it. And so it's this mismatch of responsibility with authority where the school districts have no responsibility whatsoever, but all the authority in the world. I could have told you as a 25-year-old Air Force lieutenant, that's a terrible way of organizing anything, and it's rife for just mismanagement and waste, if not outright abuse. And so guaranteeing that a certain amount goes to the classroom is entirely appropriate, especially when you see these massive increases over the years, and teachers only get like a 1% raise. It's clear that the system is being taken advantage of by the superintendents and by the school boards, and we just got tired of it.
One last thing, Senator. I take great interest in this. I think Claire McFarland does as well. Exposure to what our kids, our students can read in the library. On one side, I hate the idea that government tells librarians what they can put on the shelf and why. But and book banning, I'm scared of all that stuff. But on the other hand, there is stuff I read, examples of things I'm like, this should not be within reach of any kid that can get to it. It's a tough call. The Senate refused to rescue a bill purging sex books from the children's library. I think you were for the refusal. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, it's important to remember that these libraries are government entities. So if they're getting funds from the state, as we have a very, a centralized way of supporting our local entities, whether it be a county. A lot of the libraries are run through the counties, right, or the schools. So the state is involved no matter what. This idea that they're going to, take taxpayer funds from the state, then not, then claim local control on the other hand doesn't carry a whole lot of water with me. So it's not a book ban. It's, us dictating policy to government entities, which the legislature does all the time. So I'm not convinced by that narrative. If you want to go, if you want to go, buy these explicit books for your children, nobody's stopping you from doing so.
Yeah.
And I think we just need to find the right spot there to, make sure the policy works the way we want to, especially in this kind of awkward spot where, some librarians seem to be, want to resist the policy. We just have to find a path forward that absolutely prohibits these explicit materials from being taxpayer funded and available to kids. I think that's entirely inappropriate on several levels. But making sure we find a way to make sure that once we pass a bill and leave town, that it's actually complied with by the librarians and the school districts and whoever else may be affected by it. So I think it's a good idea. Certainly want to, but once again, we come back to the procedural issues. And if a member of the leadership team doesn't want a bill to be heard, it's probably not going to be heard. So that's important to remember too.
Yeah, I mean, government doesn't want to be in your bedroom telling you what you can read. You can find it if you want, but in the library, what you're exposed to, certainly different case. Senator Brian Boner is with us, Senate District 2, Converse, Natrona County. And it was outside looking in, Senator. It was a wild ride of a budget session. I'm sure you're relieved it's over. And back in Douglas, screw your hat on tight. It's been blowing all week.
That's right. Yep. It was a good session, but looking forward to being assistant again.
Thank you for being on. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jake. Cowboy
State Daily Show with Jake. Senator Brian Boner was with us. Converse, Natrona County, headed back in Douglas after a 68th legislative session. We got to take a break for news. We'll see you right after that, 6 minutes from now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The Wyoming Senate tried and failed by 9 votes on Wednesday to override Governor Mark Gordon's veto of a bill called the Second Amendment Protection Act. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that sheriffs for all 23 Wyoming counties opposed the bill, calling it messy and overreaching.
All 3 override attempts failed, so all 3 vetoes held. The 2 we reported on, Second Amendment Protection Act, all Wyoming sheriffs opposed because they said they'd get in the crossfire of broad language and be chilled altogether from ever working with federal agents.
Senate File 101 would have expanded existing Wyoming laws, which already imposes a misdemeanor for state police officers who violate people's Second Amendment rights by enforcing unconstitutional federal gun laws. A Torrington woman accused of allowing her boyfriend to perform sex acts with a 4-year-old girl is scheduled for a plea hearing on Thursday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports the boyfriend of Angela Montoya, already convicted for abusing the child, will be sentenced on Friday.
They're at totally different ends of the prosecution spectrum here. After he'd been convicted, they learned, he's had this second secret cell phone. His attorney had custody of it. They got a search warrant. The attorney turned it over. When they looked in there, they found all kinds of other stuff, including lengthy text messages, text threads between the boyfriend and girlfriend about sex acts with the girl.
Montoya's affidavit outlines a convoluted relationship between her and her boyfriend, who lived together while he was married to someone else in another town in Wyoming. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. In Wyoming, we don't just use natural resources, we take care of them. The land, water, and wildlife we depend on today were shaped by generations before us. Thoughtful stewardship means using what we need, protecting what matters, and leaving it better for those who come next. That's the lesson Wyoming kids are learning with Wyo Wonders. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, is built for elementary students by Wyoming industry professionals. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
Looking for a real Wild West experience? Cody, Wyoming's got your ticket to ride. They've been throwing down since 1919 with the world-famous Cody Stampede Rodeo. And when the sun sets, the Cody Night Rodeo keeps the action going every night all summer long. It's bulls, broncs, and big-time cowboy energy in the only town where rodeo is a nightly tradition. Because here in Cody, rodeo's not just an event, it's a way of life. The Cody Stampede Rodeo.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming has launched a $4 million outdoor rec and tourism trust fund to expand trails and amenities. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports the goal is to manage the impacts of a booming tourism industry while improving quality of life for residents and boosting local economies.
Part of the idea behind the outdoor recreation tourism account is how can we be more proactive about our outdoor amenities. Lots of places in Wyoming that are already too popular and don't have the right amenities, don't have parking spaces, don't have camping sites. So this Wyoming Tourism Account Trust Fund was set up. It's being funded by tourism dollars again. Heads and beds are paying for this compared to Wyoming's neighbors. Utah put $40 million on the ground last year.
The first installment from its newly created Outdoor Rec and Tourism Trust account, finalized in 2024, will be awarded this spring. A Wyoming fly fisherman and his clients were on a stretch of the North Platte River, legendary for its trout, when they caught a muskrat on their line instead. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports the determined rodent chased and bit a string leech on a fishing fly just like a trout would.
The guide, he says, once in a while, muskrats, they'll get accidentally snagged on people's hooks, but he's never actually seen one deliberately try to bite it like that. So the way it ended up is, they got it reeled in and he managed, to pick the poor thing up and then use his forceps and, get the hook out of its mouth. And they took a couple pictures and let him go. And the muskrat was fine, apparently. But it's definitely within the realm of possibility because rodents, including muskrats, will occasionally eat insects.
Craig Kwiatkowski, a fishing guide with the Wyoming Fly Fishing Guide Service, tells Cowboy State Daily that he's seen a few muskrats get accidentally snagged by anglers' hooks, but a muskrat aggressively hitting a fishing fly, well, that's a first. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Welcome back from Newsbreak, our final hour on a Thursday show. Even though to Jackie it feels like a Friday show, and I wish it was, it is a Thursday show. And I told Tom Lubnau about 3 hours ago that I did an update on my soundboard, my mixer, and the update is come with all these new features and bells and whistles. One of them is this countdown graphic, which when we started the show 3 hours ago was counting down. And I asked Tom, I'm like, I don't know what this is. I should have never done an update like during a show. What is it going to mean when it gets to zero? It's like the midnight doomsday clock. It's getting very close to counting down to the end. Hopefully it does not get to 0 before Abby gets in here. Ask Abby. She's coming up in just a bit. Renee Jean would normally be here, but she's not, and she does have an excuse from her doctor, almost literally, and so we'll let that go. Renee Jean has, it's too bad because she has some very interesting stories that I wanted to learn more about. I had so many questions, beginning with a story you may have heard on Cowboy State Daily's news that we played, depending on where you enjoy this product. If you're listening to radio stations across the state, they probably played their national news during that 5-minute top of the hour break. We played our news, which included the story from Renee Jean. Wyoming puts up $4 million to keep up with impacts from booming tourism. The Outdoor Rec and Tourism Trust Fund is being launched for some $4 million to expand trails and amenities, not to attract more tourists. And we're seeing more and more of this type of tourism spending. Definitely in Jackson, where there is a lodging tax that equates to it's state statute that lodging tax money derived through a lodging tax is then spent on promoting tourism. That's what it's for. A few years ago, the formula was tweaked to allow for more of that money to be spent on mitigating the impacts of tourism. So rather than say, hey, come to Jackson, by the way, we're full. Get ready to wait in line for everything. It was mitigating, paying to have the garbage cans along the street emptied more often. Whatever the impacts are to tourism, acknowledging them and figuring out a way to mitigate them with money is now the new way of promoting visitation. It's got to be baked into what you do. No matter where you are, because we are in danger in many places of loving ourselves to death, whether it's, Jackson, the Grand Teton National Park, or Yellowstone, or Devil's Tower. Visitation can be heavy at times. It's great to promote visitation during off months when it's a little quieter. That'd be a good time to encourage people to come. And then build some bathrooms, man. The more people get in one place, the more they got to go. Stuff like that. So it's good news from Renee Jean about the Wyoming Outdoor Rec and Tourism Trust Fund. Money being used to expand trails. Money derived from heads and beds, as Renee Jean put it, not being derived from some other fund where I think Renee in her story did mention another state. Utah just dropped like millions on having to mitigate impact of tourism. And that came from, their treasury. Colorado, Utah, vast treasure trust, and they can pay for that. Utah, according to one of the folks quoted in the story from Renee Jean, Utah Tesoro says, I think, put over $40 million on the ground in outdoor rec projects last year. So for us, Wyoming, to really want to grow this infrastructure, we need as much as we can get every year. 40 million compared to, that's Utah, to 4 million is what we just launched on this new Outdoor Rec and Tourism Trust account. Read more about it in the Renee Jean story. And it's too bad she can't be on now to chat with us about it and about more of what that means. She had another good story yesterday or the day before, and I really wanted to ask her questions about that. What was it? Can't remember. Oh, the oil prices. We had a super expert on. So maybe Renee could have learned a thing or two from our interview. I interviewed Dahan from Gas Buddy yesterday. Patrick DeHaan, he was really inside. He is, you have no idea how big of a catch that was to get on this show. He is big time. He is very much in demand when crises happen like we're in now. He's a petroleum analyst with Gas Buddy. And when stuff like what is happening now is happening, everybody wants this guy, from Fox News to all the talk shows. He's doing like 10, 12 appearances a day. And we were able to grab him yesterday and ask him all these questions that I'm sure you have. When bombs fall in Saudi Arabia, in the United Arab Emirates, in where else? They just bombed refineries. When you see bombs falling in the Middle East from Iran, you see the Strait of Hormuz choked off by Iran, planting mines and just shutting down any oil that comes in and out of the Middle East. Look what it did to Wall Street. Bombs flying and Iran dropping rockets on Israel and everybody else. And today they're bombing refineries, by the way, oil refineries. That made crude oil, that made Wall Street get all kinds of excited. And crude oil went from like high 60s for a barrel of crude oil, $68, something like that. And it almost doubled, $110 plus in like less than a week, days. That's an incredible jump, I thought. And that's why we had Patrick DeHaan on yesterday, because I said, Patrick, is that crazy? Like, once in a while we'll get a hurricane in the Gulf, and all of a sudden I'm paying 20 cents more for a gallon of diesel. And we hear that made a big difference in what crude oil is trading for in the market and the commodities stuff. What about this? What moves the needle more, war or weather? And Patrick said, oh, war, way more. He's like, I could have never predicted this. And this is what he does, man. And he's been doing it for 2 decades. I said, Patrick, a week ago, would you have thought that we'd even drop bombs on Iran? They would fire back, and then we would have this Middle East tension like we've had for centuries, and it would do this to oil prices. Could you ever predicted? We're up 30, 40 cents a gallon for gas in Wyoming. Texas, even worse. Diesel for me went from $3.39 a gallon to $4.39 a gallon, a full buck jump at the pump in a week. And I said, Patrick, is that as astounding as I think it is? I've never seen anything like that fast. Prices shoot up super fast. They don't come down that fast. Patrick acknowledged all this stuff and assured us, yeah, this is crazy stuff. Wall Street traders have an ear to the headlines. Anything, any word out of Washington, D.C. can move the needle. Trump said the other day that he thinks the conflict is almost over. He said, President Trump said, this thing in Iran's almost done. And prices went from $110 a barrel to $85. That was assurance enough for poor Wall Street that, okay, we thought this was going to be bad. And then today, shooting right back up because Iran started launching missiles at refineries, oil refineries in the Middle East. Up, down, up, down. It is a crazy time. Renee Jean can explain why these fluctuations in oil prices for crude oil don't necessarily have Wyoming reacting as far as our oil drillers. Our companies that are looking to produce oil, they've capped a lot of their drilling sites in the past 4 or 5 years because it wasn't cool to drill for oil during the Biden administration, for instance. How fast now with Trump saying, hey, let's get back to drilling, how fast have we reacted? Not as fast maybe as some would have thought because of the market forces. It hasn't been full out, full bore, let's go, because oil was at like $65 a barrel. And Wyoming oil producers are like, well, it's great we got a green light and a lot of the red tape has been removed, but it isn't really paying the bills at this moment. So when oil now shoots up to 110 a barrel, doesn't that get everybody jumping? Renee Jean says no. What? Renee? And that's what I wanted to ask her about. I was like, why not? I would imagine it's because the industry just does not react that fast. Her story from March 9th, why spike in oil prices to over 100 a barrel is unlikely to spur more drilling in Wyoming. It's the Iranian blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. It's is going on, and it's making oil now a real play if you're in the business. Not fun for us. We got to fill up the truck. I mean, hey, green light, get drilling. And she says no, and talking about all kinds of market forces that just gave me a headache reading it, which is why I needed Renee on the show. Downward pressures on demand and all this other stuff. I'm like, oh, Renee, just tell me when oil's this high, we can finally get to making money here in Wyoming. But she says not necessarily. Okay, those stories from Renee Jean. Didn't get a chance to wrap with her, but she does have an excuse today to miss the show. We're going to head to Ask Abby, your favorite segment, next, and it's all about St. Paddy's Day.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savebythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
It's time for the game show everybody loves, Ask Abby Trivia. Although we should do, hold on. This is the better game show song today.
Okay, I don't know what that means.
Well, you're wearing green.
Oh, St. Patrick's Day.
Si, senora.
I will not be very good at this.
Uh-oh. Really? Come on. St. Patrick's Day is like universal, man. Come on. You're going to be great at this. Better than you are at current events. Like, did you see the big giant shoes that President Trump bought for his cabinet? Marco Rubio's wearing shoes that are like 10 sizes too big for him.
No.
I knew it.
Right. How come the screen looks weird to me?
What do you mean?
I don't know.
It looks different?
Yeah. Does it look? I hope it looks normal on the TV.
Yeah.
On the TV.
On the TV, it looks exactly the same. Everything's totally as it was, as it is, as it always has been. It is St. Patrick's Day trivia because we're not going to get with you again until March 17th passes. So here's our chance.
Okay.
You ready? I mean, it's not going to get like, you don't have to be full-blooded Irish to get these. Some of them are pretty standard.
I don't think I'm even like a little bit Irish.
Oh, come on. I thought you were Irish.
No, I don't think so. I don't know, but.
Well, we're all Irish next Tuesday. All right, let's start with, this is, of course, a famous celebration, St. Patrick's Day. In Dublin, it's a 4-day event, by the way. They do it up in Dublin, as you can imagine. 4 days, party, boot, rally, party again. That's 4 days right there. All right, what Irish city will you find the Blarney Stone in?
I don't even know what the Blarney Stone is, Jake.
You know what it comes from? You're supposed to get good luck if you kiss the Blarney Stone, kind of like Plymouth Rock. And it's where the "Kiss Me, I'm Irish" kind of derives from. Is kiss the Blarney Stone when you're in Ireland. It's for good luck. But what city do you need to be in to do that?
I have no clue.
Okay.
Blarneyville? Do you have to be in Blarneyville?
I get my
Please
buzzer
tell me
out.
I'm right. Please tell me I'm right.
No. Well, I mean, that's a good guess. That was a stab at it. Cork, like cork in a bottle. Cork, wine cork. What St. Patrick is recognized on March 17th, which is how significant in the life of who was really St. Patrick. Why? What day does this celebrate?
His birthday.
That's what everybody thinks.
His.
Think more New Orleans parade party.
Think more New Orleans.
New Orleans goes full on, not for your birthday, but for your.
Not your wedding.
No.
For your. Oh, goodness. I don't know. We don't celebrate anything else.
Death date. St. Patrick died this day.
Oh.
On March 17th. All right, here's one. Let's talk about weddings. Irish wedding. The bride, to symbolize her purity, is not wearing white. What color is she wearing?
Off-white. I feel like there has to be like a visual somewhere in my brain of an Irish wedding and the bride is wearing not black.
No.
Not green. That would be too easy.
Totally. That would be too easy. Green.
Maybe she wears a nice periwinkle.
What color is periwinkle? I'm buzzing it. just because I don't know. Don't get fancy with us. Periwinkle.
Chartreuse.
I don't even know what chartreuse is either.
Robin's egg blue.
Yes. Blue. We'll give it that to you.
Okay.
The bride wore blue.
Periwinkle is kind of blue, so I got that one right a long time ago.
Yeah, actually, I looked that up. You're right. We're going to go. You get that.
Okay.
A New Age Celtic singer had a top 10 hit in 2001 for the song Only Time. She's from Ireland.
Enya.
Correct. You'd be good with the music.
You know, Enya never performed a live concert.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's some trivia for you.
Ooh. I didn't know that. What song is known as the unofficial anthem of Dublin, Ireland? Famous Irish song, and it's not Danny Boy.
Is it old?
Oh, yeah. Old as the hills.
Old as the hills.
Old as...
Slightly younger than you.
Yeah. Watch it. Watch it, Roach.
I don't know. It's got to be some sort of tune that everyone knows, but
yeah,
if I can't give you a name.
Dude, if you were like in 1860s Wyoming and a family had only like one fiddle, this is the song he would know. Like everybody knew this. Give me a little of that Molly Malone, and we want to jig around. Molly Malone.
Molly Malone.
Okay. What cereal is magically delicious? Promoted by
Lucky Charms.
Okay, that's sort of Irishy. See, that's an easy one.
Yeah, that was easy.
What did St. Patrick is known for driving this out of Ireland?
Rats. That's the Pied Piper.
Yeah.
Drove out.
Now, they didn't have a rat problem in Ireland because they had too many of these.
House cleaners.
Responsible for more deaths of mice than house cleaners.
Cats.
Oh, that's a good guess, though. Wait, I should give that to you. No, snakes. They have a lot of snakes in Ireland, and St. Patrick drove them out. I mean, that's why he's so famous. They're like, oh, he was the greatest guy. When he died, the snakes came back, and we need to drink every March 17th. What is the oldest pub in Ireland?
Oh, Hannigan's. Oh, Mallory's.
Oh, Tools. It starts with an O, right? You know that much. No, I'm sorry. It's a tough one. Sean's Bar in Westmeath. How old is it?
150 years old.
No, I mean, you should add, if I say it's the oldest bar in Ireland, you're supposed to say, how old is it?
How old is it?
Glad you asked. King James, the actual King James, when he was editing the very first Bible, decided to redline one sentence right there in Genesis. It was to be Genesis 1:2. God created the world except for Sean's Bar. That was already there with two retired seafarers at the end of the bar nursing their black and tans. That was going to be in the Genesis 1:2. For God so created the world, except for Sean's Bar. That was there when he got there. Like,
oh my goodness, you're funny.
No, that's not true. How many pints of Guinness are we going to drink on average on a St. Patrick's Day? I mean worldwide.
Ooh. Worldwide?
Worldwide pints of Guinness.
Well, I don't even know how to guess that.
It's in the millions.
In the hundreds of millions, probably?
No. I mean, come on. Now, even the Irish have their limits.
In the teens? 17 million?
13 million is the accepted number. This is very hard to gauge because, once you get to the 10 million mark, your memory's kind of foggy. When somebody asks you, how many did you have tonight? You're like, 5. 13 million? I don't know, 11 million. What's the average number of drinks consumed per person on St. Patrick's Day? You, I are going to go out to the bar March 17th. Drink approximately how many?
3.
Pretty close. 4.2. Now, if you were to ask an Irishman, you would just remove the decimal. 42. It's kind of right. What color do you not want to wear on St. Patrick's Day? It's considered disrespectful.
Ooh, good one. Red? I don't know.
Kind of. Orange.
Orange.
Yes, you should wear green, obviously. Orange symbolizes the Protestant population. They got a problem with that. They got an issue there.
Oh.
First known St. Patrick's Day parade did not occur in Ireland. It occurred where?
Scotland.
I don't know how. I guess Scots and Irish get along kind of. But no. It's kind of you would not think of it. It's outside of the box answer.
What's it start with?
Well, are we talking about the city or the country or the...
Just give me one hint.
You're living in it.
Okay. Where would it... Not Butte, Montana. They have a big...
Yes. I mean, I didn't know that, but I had Mark Hines on earlier, and he's like, Butte does it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, Jake.
I know.
Maybe like somewhere on the East Coast. Maybe like Delaware.
St. Augustine, Florida.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. I could have maybe gotten there.
I don't know. I would not have. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
First known celebration of St. Patrick's Day happened in the United States. In what year approximately? You could be within 100.
19. Oh, you're ready to buzz me already. So I know
you're
18, 17, 16. Okay.
1600. Can you believe that's a long time to be doing St. Patrick's Day? Here's the trick though. What you would not have seen this until the 1970s. If I was celebrating, if I went out and wanted to celebrate St. Patrick's Day, which we had been doing in the United States since the 1600s, if I did it in 1966, let's say, or 1955 or 1930, what sign would I have seen outside the bar when I got there? Ready to drink my fill on St. Patrick's Day.
What sign?
I would have seen this sign outside the bar probably.
Like an advertisement sign?
No.
I don't know. What do you mean sign?
The sign would have said closed because alcohol was not part of St. Patrick's Day until the 1970s. Isn't that surprising?
Yeah, that is pretty surprising.
What do we turn green on St. Patrick's Day in the world or in the U.S.? Give me 2 or 3.
We turn a river
green. Yes. Chicago River, they dye green. What else?
Yeah. Beer.
Yeah, beer is made green. I'm thinking of like landmarks in major cities. And things you would paint green, turn green.
Okay, the river, the beer, and the Statue of Liberty is already green.
Well, that's close. In New York, the Empire State Building goes all green.
Oh, okay. All the lights.
Yep. By the way, they've been dyeing the Chicago River since 1962, that tradition. And the London Eye turns all green in, of course, London.
What's the London Eye?
The London Eye. It's like a big Ferris wheel thingy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe someone should pay for me to go see that.
Yeah. It's really cool. It's really cool. Let's see. We just have a couple more. These have been hard, right?
Yeah, because they're all dates. I'm not good at dates.
I know. You weren't living in the 1600s. You weren't even living in the 2016. Like, you're a 2000 kid.
It's very... no, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
It's very apparent that I did not pay attention in history or geography.
Yeah. That is becoming apparent, which is why I love going there every Thursday. I gave you the heads up 3 hours ago. I said, Abby, we're going to do St. Patrick's Day.
I wasn't listening.
So the Irish play a sport that's kind of a cross between soccer, rugby, and hurling. Any idea what it's called?
Is it played today?
Yeah, I mean, they're crazy about it. It's still played today, but you wouldn't never know it. It kind of looks like soccer. Kind of looks like rugby because they're tearing each other's head off. And it has a hurling aspect to it.
It's not lacrosse?
It's kind of like lacrosse, but you know what they call it is Gaelic football.
Oh.
And it has zero rules, pretty much.
Wow.
It's just a reason to be violent on each other. Yeah. All right, let's see. One more question. This for all the money.
Yes.
This is we will erase your mistakes. This is for everything. Let's see. Do I have one more that's kind of easy? All right, this is tough. This is hard. I didn't know this one.
Well, then it's probably not likely I will know it.
The cabled knitted Irish sweater that's become iconic. It's called the fisherman's sweater. Anytime you see, Hollywood try to portray an Irishman in a pub, he's got this seafaring sweater on. What is its official name? What is it called? There's a name for this sweater in Ireland. It's just 4 letters.
Does it end in Y?
No.
Oh.
Why would you thought of a word that ends in Y?
Maybe. What's it start with?
A. It starts with the A, and it almost sounds Arabic. It's a tough one. This is why it's for everything.
I think we're gonna end the game show with no money for Abby.
No money. Tell her what she's not won. It's an Aran, A-R-A-N. That's that famous Irish sweater. Is an Aran?
Maybe they call it an Aran.
Aran? Maybe.
Oh yeah, you didn't even ask me what Aaron Go Bra means. What does it mean? I don't remember now.
I don't know. All right, here's a bonus question. St. Patrick, kind of famous. That's why we celebrate this whole thing. Died on March 17th. In the year 461 AD.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, a long time. Look how long it took for us to celebrate his funeral by drinking. I mean, not until the 1970s did anybody think, we ought to toast old St. Patty's with a Guinness. Like,
yeah,
that should have been the day after we put him in the ground. But anyway, there's only one, and by the way, St. Patrick's was never made a saint officially by the Catholic Church. He was never sainted, but there is the only female patron saint of Ireland. Do you know who it is? Saint who? Only female. She's the patron saint of Irish nuns, newborns, midwives, dairymaids, and cattle.
Does it start with an A or an E?
No.
Starts
with a B.
Bernadette. Saint Bernadette.
No.
Saint Bonnie.
That's a good guess. You get an extra for the guess. Saint Bridget. Oh, all right. Here's one last thing. What do the Irish call any woman? Not a lass, but pretty much when they refer to any woman, they give her this name, which is an actual name of many, many Irish ladies. What name do they kind of call everybody's? They just group them all together. They're like, oh, go get her over there, that Irish woman. What name? What is like the most Irish female name?
Molly.
Good guess.
It's not Aaron.
It's not Aaron or Molly.
It's not Aaron. It's not Molly.
Aaron, go brah and get me a beer. Go beer. Go brah.
Claire.
No, but it starts with that letter.
It's an Irish name that starts with a C.
Yes, and it references all women in Ireland. You're never wrong if you call a young Irish lady this name, even if it's not her name. You're never wrong.
I should know this. Gosh, I mean, you're gonna say it, and I'm gonna be.
I know. It's just a name that's synonymous. When you hear somebody say that's their name, you know they're Irish. You're like, okay, you're Irish. I know.
I don't know. I can't.
Oh, it's that fair-haired, blue-eyed Colleen. Colleen is.
I wouldn't have gotten that. Actually,
that's what we're looking for. Oh no.
No.
Okay.
That doesn't. That wouldn't have fired for me. So I'm glad I missed it.
Well, let's finish up with a little Irish dig. A little bit of Danny Boy, maybe the Irish Rovers. What are you going to do for St. Patrick's Day? Anything?
Probably do what I do all the time and be in bed at 8:30.
Get out. You live a different life. Come on. You're not going to do the 4-day celebration of Dublin?
No. I'm going to ask my mom if there's any Irish if there's any part of Irish in me. Maybe I'll just do that. Maybe I'll do a little dive down history lane.
I think next Tuesday you're going to find Ask Abby chasing snakes, wearing orange, and doing everything wrong for St. Patrick's Day, baby. Thanks, Abby. Have a great day.
Have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you. You too. That's St. Patrick's Day coming up next week, next Tuesday, March 17th, marking the death of St. Patrick, those many, many years ago.
Oh, look. Another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/team up.
Feedback from our listeners on the Facebook includes a comment from Gerald said, funny, I was thinking the same thing, musky lovin', when we were talking with Mark Hines about the fishermen on North Platte that reeled in a muskrat instead of a trout. Muskrat, I mean, they're attracted to what you're fly fishing, what you're putting in the water. They eat insects. So stands to reason a muskrat would see whatever you're floating and say, that looks delicious. But you never hear of it. I mean, whoever reels in a muskrat, unless it's by mistake, unless you snag one accidentally, not many muskrat. I have never heard of one taking the bait. And Mark and I were joking about that song. It reminds me, whenever I hear muskrat, the animal species, I just think of that Captain and Tennille's song, Muskrat Love. And Mark maybe thought I was just kidding, but I'm like, no, I really like that song. It is like the height of cheesiness. 1973 hit by Captain and Tennille, Muskrat Love. I had a huge crush on Tony Tennille when I was a kid. 1973. I was just a boy. But Tony Tennille, man, she did it for me. And that song, written by Willis Allen Ramsey, depicts a romantic liaison between two anthropomorphic muskrats named Susie and Sam. There's a trivia question for you. I forgot that muskrats actually had names on the song. Susie and Sam. And Muskrat Love. It was so cheesy. It is cheesy. A love song about muskrats. Like, duh, cheesy. 1973 soft rock era. Cheesy. Tony and Tennille. Captain and Tennille. Cheesy. So how could the song not be? And then the Captains. Muskrat, muskrat. I can't play more than that or we're going to get in trouble. Even the copyright robots care about Captain and Tennille being paid their royalties for that song. Believe it or not. But it's the end of the song where the captain on his keyboard, he's the one who plays the keyboard. And at the end, he uses some effects on the keyboard to mimic the sounds of muskrats in love. And it's just way stupid. I can't, it's supposed to happen somewhere in here, but I can't play more of it. It is like the cheesiest song of all time. But Jarrell did say, that's what I thought of when I heard the story, read the story. Funny, I was thinking the same thing, Muskrat Love. Normally when you say I reeled in a muskie fishing, that's a whole different fish. Whole different, excuse the pun, can of worms. A muskie, muskalung, is popular fishing. A muskie fishing in like the Michigan area. Muskie is a fish, a game fish that makes the northern pickerel look like a pipsqueak. The muskie eats pickerel for breakfast, or pike rather. Sorry, northern pike. Pickerel is like the littlest. Then you get to a pike. Pike are pretty nasty. They got teeth. But the difference between a muskie and a pike is like size. Muskies get to like 30s in poundage. They're huge. They're huge, and they're mean, highly predatory fish known for its speed and strength. Muskie. If you go muskie fishing, you're not looking for anything that Captain and Tino were singing about. You're looking for muskellunge. But Mark Hines' story about how these fishermen caught a muskrat. He went after the lure. He went after the insect lure and ate it hook, line, and sinker. And they reeled it in. They let him go, got him off the hook, and put him back in the water. Rob says, Ask Abby is fun trivia time. It is. It is. It's always fun. It's funner when she doesn't know the answers. Although that was some hard trivia for her. St. Patrick's Day trivia. Those were tough questions. And Michael chimes in and says, conservatives are sellouts. I'm not sure in what context. That was 3 hours ago. Who were we talking to? Dave from Pinedale, friend of mine. He listens on the Peak, great station when you're ever down there in Sublette County in Pinedale. Tune in the Peak. They got a great locally produced talk show. Blake is doing a great job down there. Check out the Peak 102.7, I think. And they got some fun guys. Whenever I roll through, I listen to these kids play 80s music in the afternoon drive. They're fun. They're really fun. And they play this show, I think, on hour delay, 1 hour delay. So I'm not quite live, but I'm almost live there. We are Cowboy State Daily. If you're rolling through Pinedale. And our friend Dave did chime in, says, are you live? No, Dave, almost, though. We're 1 hour behind. And by the time he commented on that issue where we had Tommie Kniseley, the owner, her and her husband own Y Fresh Farms. That's the farm that's being proposed annexed by the city of Cheyenne. Tommie was on again today to talk about the latest vote, the third reading delayed until November. Gives her a little bit of breathing time, she said. And I have not found person one who says that the farm property should be annexed. The only people who believe that are city officials, and they have various reasons. But Dave suggested this when he was listening to it. If it was in real time, I would have mentioned it, but it's a little past the subject with Tommie Kniseley. Cheyenne City Council should offer to buy the farm at fair market value. That is one consideration. I'm sure the inconvenience, maybe the Kniseleys don't want to sell. They don't want to sell out. They want to do what they do. My idea was to swap them, find equal acreage, if not more, outside the city, like in the county. Can somebody identify property and swap them, say, look, we're going to annex your place and build some housing or whatever, and we're going to put you a little farther out of town like you were 20 years ago. What about this? Now, yeah, you would have to pay them the cost to rebuild and get where they are today. Maybe that is not a consideration for the Kniseleys. I don't know. But Dave says, hey, pay them fair market value, because he said, or the CCC, which I'm assuming he's meaning is the Cheyenne City Council, should leave them alone. They legally can't cause documentable financial loss to these folks. I don't know the legalities of it. I know if you talk to the city officials, they'll say, we are bound by state constitution to annex property that is fully surrounded by the city. If there is ever a piece of property, farm or whatever, that is entirely surrounded by city property, then the state constitution addresses situations like this, saying no matter what city you are, Cheyenne, Laramie, or Jackson Hole, you can't have this island of county jurisdiction within city limits. It doesn't work. You must annex. That's what many of these city councilor members are saying. Yeah, they say, hey, we love your concerns. We hear you, Kniseleys, and we love the farm. I even eat your eggs every morning, but we got to do this. We had them on. We had the mayor on. We had councilmen on. Many of them point to that, saying, we're bound. We're duty bound to annex you now, swallow you up. I don't know whether that is true or not. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a city ordinance. I'm not a state constitution guy. Tom Lubnau is. Maybe we'll ask Tom the next time he comes on. But just some good feedback. It's always great when you folks check in with us, especially on Facebook. That's the one place where I can readily see your feedback as you join the conversation. Always great to hear from you on Facebook. We are live on Facebook. The video and audio portion of this show that you can call a podcast, you can call it a TV show like Abby did, or you can call it a radio show like they do at the Peak in Pinedale, 102.7. However you enjoy it, that's great. Or a podcast. I mean, you could just download us as podcast whenever you're ready. We're found wherever you find your favorite podcasts. And thanks for making us a part of your Thursday routine wherever you do that. If you're on YouTube, by the way, make sure you subscribe to the channel. That'll make sure you're in the loop. You get all the latest info. It makes you one of the gang, one of the family, eligible for big prizes. Maybe. Or if you're checking us out on X Live, that's a way to do it as well. YouTube, X Live, Facebook Live, on the webpage, cowboystatedaily.com, or syndicated radio stations around the state. Only the select best carry us, as it should be. And then run it back, download it, listen to it while you're driving your tractor, Kenny Chesney, wherever you download your favorite podcasts. That finishes us up for a Thursday. Thank you for making this part of your day. Cowboy State Daily signing off. We'll see you tomorrow, same time when we hit Friday. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.